Oh, hello. I will not shoot. I don't know why you didn't get in. I'm not dying, I'll tell you that. Ah, I couldn't move, I couldn't move. Why is that guy on my bar? What? No, no. I had the wrong bar on, that's why. I tried to roll and it wouldn't. It just wouldn't. Oh, because I was out of stam. So annoying. You are so annoying. I want to kill him without dying. Wow, that hurts him really bad, huh? Why didn't that kill him? He had no health left. This asshole. Oops, no.
There was garbage everywhere, and they flagged other issues with the availability of food, medical care, and drinking water. With all this, McLaughlin, the DHS spokesperson, she
good, so
denied
we
the
have the
allegations,
gulag here
instead
now.
saying despite hoaxes spread by criminal,
Wherever
illegal aliens, the
fascists are, you'll
complicit
find
media, and now an
gulags.
activist judge, the ICE Broadview facility does not have subprime conditions. And with that, among other things, she claimed that detainees were provided with 3 meals a day. But very notably here, not even the government's own lawyers seemed to back that up, saying she had been told detainees were offered 1 hot meal a day, and detainees mostly disputed her claims anyway. And so in the end, you had the judge describing the alleged conditions as unnecessarily cruel and saying that he found the witnesses highly credible. And then adding, the evidence has been pretty strong that this facility is no longer just a temporary holding facility. It has really become a prison. So with that, he issued a temporary order requiring authorities to improve conditions at the facility. So for example, he ordered the holding rooms at the facility be cleaned twice a day, the detainees be allowed to shower at least every other day, and that they have 3 full meals daily as well as drinking water on request. And then he went further, requiring officials to provide detainees with clean bedding and enough space to sleep, as well as personal hygiene products and prescribed medication. Right, and then also, on top of that, his orders barred immigration agents from misrepresenting documents provided to detainees to sign, because attorneys, they claim that had been done to get detainees to unknowingly relinquish their rights or agree to deportation. And you had one of those attorneys explaining that now they cannot slip in a form written in a language somebody doesn't understand, and then all of a sudden that person gets whisked out of the country. That coercion has got to stop. With all this, these cases have a long way to go, and there's reports of stuff like this happening all over the country, so we're gonna have to wait to see how this ultimately ends up. But then next up in the news, this is big. Starting tomorrow, airlines in the US, they're gonna start slashing flights first by 4%, but that's gonna hit 10% by Monday. With the only exceptions being international flights, which shouldn't be affected. Or with Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy adding that the delays would affect 40 airports across the US. And then that was followed up by Federal Aviation Administration Administrator, say that 10 times fast, Brian Beeford, who said, as we slice the data more granularly, we are seeing pressures build in a way that we don't feel if we allow it to go unchecked will allow us to continue to tell the public that we operate the safest airline system in the world. And while initially it was unclear which exact airports were going to get hit, we now know the list includes a who's who of every major US airport. So major carriers are starting to warn passengers that these cancellations are coming all across Twitter and said that those affected would be reached out to. And these cancellations and reduced flights, they're unfortunately needed because of the ongoing shutdown. Or because airport personnel like the 13,000 air traffic controllers and the 50,000 TSA agents, they're overwhelmed not only because of missed paychecks, though that matters, but also because of massive increases in their workloads. And major airlines, they try to make things a little easier for ATCs by offering free meals following their first paycheck getting missed. A sandwich and a side, it doesn't pay your mortgage, your gas, your electricity. So, while by law, they're required to still work through a government shutdown without any pay, they're not allowed to go on strike. They're taking sick days and PTO instead, or with who knows how many taking side jobs in the meantime because you have bills to pay. This is happening at a pretty large scale, with so far 30 of the largest airports seeing 20 to 40% of their ATCs call out. And keep in mind, and I'm probably talking to the choir here because we've talked about this in the past, but even before this, the United States was already struggling with a massive shortage of ATCs. And then, of course, remember the timing, even when everyone's showing up, the holidays are already expected to be a hellscape at airports. And so now we have this situation that's having a cascading effect. And overall, you have airlines estimating that so far, the government shutdown has affected 3.2 million travelers, and the cancellations, they're just gonna make that number skyrocket. Which, just as an aside, I feel for everyone being impacted by the shutdown right now, but I especially feel for the air traffic controllers. That already is considered one of the most stressful jobs in America, where, one mistake could possibly kills a lot of people. And now things are even worse. It doesn't feel like there's an end in sight. You're being treated like a pawn, because it feels like whether it be these air traffic controllers or really anyone else in the government affected by this shutdown, it feels like the ruling party, they have control of everything, right? The Republicans and Trump, they're using these people as hostages, and they're counting on essentially the Democrats to care about human beings, other Americans more, and that they're gonna give in at some point. For now, we're gonna have to wait to see how this shutdown continues, and for everyone else, if you're planning to travel for the holidays, expect it just to be crazy out there, right? Hope for the best, but really prepare for the worst. But that, my friend, is the end of today's show, but I'll give you a little extended outro today. One, if you didn't get my email today, I got an early Black Friday deal going on at beautifulbatch.com. We're talking 60% off stuff on the homepage. Get what you want while you can. Let me clear out that warehouse so I can get to an awesome thing later this month. All right, treat yourself. You deserve it. You're gonna love it. So two, if you're looking for more to watch, there's a bunch. You've got my newest Crashing Out podcast with myself and Alex Perlman. This one, it's doing really good numbers. I think it's a lot of people's favorite so far. I highly recommend you check it out. Definitely subscribe, whether it's on YouTube, Spotify, or Apple Podcasts. It's my new favorite thing that I do, along with the other one, which is my new podcast, In Good Faith, where I interview someone once a week. This week I had Kat Abuguazale on. Fantastic watch, but I've also had a bunch of other guests. Thanks again to that down below. And then three, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here next time.
Warp drive active.
Tianwen here. You can call in a drop from a supply call station. Just keep your gun at the ready when one comes down. They tend to be like honey to flies.
That looked awesome. Why does the Algos kill look cooler than the Tristan kill? Todd. Ooh, spaceport. I love this game. It's such a weird sense of exploration and whimsy. Oh, I'm almost full.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I think there was a rat in the pot. Hey, where am I? Oh. Oh, okay. It's gonna take all night, but I'm gonna patch Final Fantasy and then get back in. And here we go. Nothing runs for a while. We'll let it patch all the way through, and then we'll launch it The hell is that sound?
Let's head home at the west elevator. I don't know, it says I lost sound in this one. That's odd. Maybe they're running out of battery. It has been hours. Let's see. There we go. Just needed to reconnect Bluetooth, I think. Something.
happened to this? I don't know. Maybe I should be charging it, I guess. That'll probably fix whatever it is. What's AirPod battery at?
Battery is at 9%.
He killed Damsel. Tholos. Damn. I haven't even hurt this guy. What is a Tholos? Butterfly. Alright, battery's at 9%. Well, let's charge it then. I'll switch back to my speaker. Check, check, check. How was that? Wow. Yeah, don't shoot, don't shoot. Peaceful. I will not shoot.
Check this out. Yeah, rock.
Yeah. Ooh, it's only 15 minutes away from being done. Nice, I can go on and play, finally. This was a good reformat. It only had one bump and that's it.
You know, like number one victory royale, yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down.
You know what? Yes, I'm gonna walk in. I do want to chill. Let's be friends.
Holy, how many people are here?
All right, let's go.
The whole lobby.
Ugh.
You have played more than like most FPS main streamers.
About 40 hours.
Yeah,
About 40 hours.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
You're one of the higher levels in the entire game that I've seen. You
30?
play very differently than most people though, because your approach to fight is not getting the best strategic position.
What the actual has happened?
Your approach is opening comms and going, friendly? Friendly?
Hey, buddy, I'm friendly up here. Hey, we're friendly. If anyone's in here, we're friendly. You know what? Yes, I'm gonna walk in. I do want to chill. Let's be friends. And then if I don't hear them, we figure out how I'm going to kill them. So, I have grenades and a nice gun. You want to be friendly? I'm gonna take that as a no. Yeah, so I definitely cast a lot of diplomacy. That's what I do. I cast diplomacy. I crit criticals. Sometimes the crit fails. Really stings sometimes when it does. We good? Oh my God, that was such an asshole. That was the biggest. I'm so angry at that. That was so shitty. There's so many things there that were so shitty. But no, overall, it's been really fun. And the beautiful thing about Arc Raiders is the solo queue is such a massive, massive thing for solo players. That's because when you're running around, when you're sneaking around, meticulously listening with your headphones, doing everything you can to survive, just be real. Look, a lot of solo.
AirPod batteries.
Players play like. How's playing this game solo?
I'm gonna go piss. I'll be right back.
What's better than awesome? Like I don't. It's the best solo extraction shooter. It's arguably for a lot of people, this is just going to be the best extraction shooter. Period. But that being said, of every extraction shooter that's ever been made, this one by far caters the most to the solo player. Like not. It doesn't have like a feature. Like it has multiple entire mechanisms that cater to solo players,
which is cool.
You
could just bank hits and sell them, which will always be growth in XP. So you can just grind all you want, grind your little heart out, And, you know, and it's fine. And if grinding means just like looting 3 boxes and going to the extraction, banking another kit, selling it, then that's, you know, then that's that, you know.
So if you are a solo player, like, this is really the best option for you.
Oops.
Yeah. The amount of nice players in this game
Oops.
is stunning. Dude, it's 100% thanks to the solo queue.
Yeah.
Yep. They knocked it out of the park with the solo queue. That puts you in the mindset to receive a diplomatic
Gonna
action.
go piss up. Be right back.
It's a night and day thing in terms of how susceptible that person will be to wanting to work together. If you're in a squad, if you're running with someone in Discord, if it's just you and your buddy, you know, anytime somebody says, hey, friendly, that's not a decision you make. That's a decision you, hey, what do you want to do? You want to kill this guy? You want to get to the, you know, and the more the people are, the more the thing it's become. And that barrier prevents a lot of that from happening anyway. Most of the time, people just don't, hey, just kill everyone you see. Whatever, just kill everyone you see. That's like the normal thing. That's the way a lot of people play this game, and it's a fine way to play it. Yeah. But solo opens the door to these interactions where the game is designed so well with an enemy that is so easily able to lock you down and kill you in the right situations, and that is the arc robots, that you really can get this us versus them thing when you're solo. Hey, you don't want to do the extraction thing, the space loot event? There's an event here to go to the top and get a whole bunch of loot.
Wait, yo, what?
Yeah, dude.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so what we do is we go over here and we get fuel cells, and then we put them in this generator at the bottom that opens it up, and then we go to the top and press a button, and you see all those big bad robots up there at the top?
Yeah.
You gotta kill all those and get some really, really good loot. You know it is safer to travel with other people. You know if you are with another person and someone tries to gank one of you, the gankers loot, but maybe the buddy that got killed that you were running with. Look, it's like free loot. So I mean, there's so many reasons. There's so many gameplay advantage reasons. Do you have a gun?
Yeah.
Then you're geared. Let's go!
Oh, holy shit. All right, fuck it. Let's fucking do it.
All right, let's not get this snitch, though. That'd be unfortunate.
Yeah.
Hey, if you can hear us, we're going to do the event. I think that was someone else.
I think I was just talking to that guy because he went down to do the Valve quest.
Ah, cool, right on. Yep, this might be a little hairy. Come on in here if you can. Wow.
Okay.
We really didn't aggro any of them? Shit. Okay.
Alright.
Hey, we're friendly if anyone's up here. We're friendly. 2 people coming up. Friendly. We're friendly.
Hello.
Hey, have you done the event up here yet?
I have, yeah.
Oh, cool, okay. Are both the tests done?
No, I haven't done any of them yet. I came up here and there's a dude that tried to kill me, so I killed him.
Oh, cool, okay. Well, then there's still plenty of loot for us.
I haven't killed the Rocketeer yet. I just heard him a bunch.
Whoa, hold up. We got a couple guys up here. Couple more on this side. Pull it back into this room in the middle if you need to.
He's like Ray leading this. Five minutes. Nice. I got my Final Fantasy running back the way I want it. I wonder if I can put all the mods in or if it'll corrupt the file again.
Definitely safest in here.
Are we taking down the Rocketeer?
We can, absolutely, but come on in here if you're gonna do it. Be careful, it's a little rough. Damn, look, the guy's like, let's go! You guys good up there? Uh-oh. Hey, I got a defib. Crawl down into this room. Crawl down here. Crawl down here. I got it. I got a defense. Oh shit. Okay, get on in here, boys. Get on in here.
I think it's damn near done, but it's still kicking.
No, come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Think about it.
Close to being killed.
What's up?
No, it sounds like something's here.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't think the,
Oh, it's down. Good job, boys. Very nice.
Holy, how many people are here?
All right, let's go.
That's the whole lobby.
He looted
All right,
first.
when you get, this is the chest I'm at right now. When you get here, there's a bunch of loot in here. Grab one thing and leave some for everyone else too. Bada boom. Grab your loot, boys. Yeah, try to take like one thing. If you
took
already
the
got
best
something,
thing.
leave some for everyone else.
Bobcat.
I'm only taking one.
You know, when you are running to extract, you are running with 3 other people on the map. You are not going to get
2
killed.
other people.
It's just not going to happen. I'm going to go extract if anyone wants to come.
No. No, it's fine. I'm on.
Let's go this way. Hey, what's going on? Friendly. Yeah, we're all friendly. Oh, that's
Oh,
good.
wow.
Yo, can we get a photo real quick? Can we get a photo going?
you know, like #1 victory. Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down.
All right, everyone load in. Everyone load in.
Let's hit in. Yeah, GG's. It's been a pleasure. Truly.
Good game, guys. Good game. Everyone in? Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Check these rooms out.
That was fun. Very fun. It's a different way to play for sure, but I have to say it's had some incredible encounters. We've had a lot of fun. Like, it is so much more entertaining for me to play this game in this way than it is to just click on this.
Well, it's happened again. It seems that Drake has somehow dragged himself into internet drama. I mean, who could have seen this coming with his various associations with questionable gambling websites and also Aiden Ross? But throughout all of this, his music has mostly stayed out of the drama. That is, apart from Kai Cenat. Basically, Kai said that his Iceman series was incredibly boring.
I can't fake it. That was... I can't fake it. I actually can't fake it. I actually can't fake it. That was so...
And you might also remember the beef between Drake and Kendrick, where Kendrick would make some banger songs, and I did a video covering that about a year ago, and I got half the names wrong. Tory Lanez and Metro's booming track. Let's not talk about that, okay? Well, now a new lawsuit has been brought against Spotify, which is addressing Drake. So, yeah, it's not looking good. So there's a rapper called RBX, and this guy... Okay, look, I know I'm talking about rappers' names in this video. Can I get a break, please? But anyway, RBX is Snoop Dogg's cousin.
Yeah.
And he actually started a class action lawsuit against Spotify, stating that they've been turning a blind eye to fraudulent streaming. Now, this is mostly centered around botted streams. When I read the lawsuit originally, I thought it was one of those kind of, you know, a South Park bit where the millionaire's in his mansion. It's like, oh, someone's streaming my song illegally. Oh, good heavens. God forbid that. Everyone must pay to listen.
What's the matter with him?
This month he was hoping to have a gold-plated Shark Tank bar installed right next to the pool. But thanks to people downloading his music for free, he must now wait a few months before he can afford it.
But no, we're not talking about that. We're more talking about botted viewers, like basically making songs appear, I'm not saying the word, bigger, okay, I'm allowed to say that word, bigger than how they actually are view-wise. the exact same problem with streamers, like for example Neon. Like I've happily mentioned about that guy loads of times. It's very obvious that the guy is most likely probably botting his streams.
At one point, Neon was botting 36,000. I
What?
remember this dude was hitting 90.
And I get it, it's a cope as long as time. This person, they get views, they're botting just because I don't like them. You can apply that to music streams, you can apply that to YouTube video views, you can apply that to Twitch views as well. And we know definitely with Twitch, for example, that view botting is a huge problem, but now it actually seems to have broken containment and gone into the mainstream a bit. So this lawsuit actually uses Drake as a prime example, saying that he racked up more than 100 million streams on some of the songs from accounts that apparently had 0 residential addresses. And also these accounts apparently moved to unreasonable locations between songs. Now it's very obvious what the outcome is here. 1, they're botting the songs. Or 2, which is more likely, they're probably using a VPN. Because again, I'm not sure if you guys know, there's been a lot of digital ID checking going around recently that was basically a test bed in the UK. I think it's actually being implemented into Australia pretty soon as well. And then it'll basically just happen to like most Western countries. This is what happens. And obviously during that time, VPNs shot up in popularity because it's like, you know, you don't want to give your ID away in case there's like a data breach of what you're like whacking off to or something. And obviously during that ID check, the amount of people using VPNs skyrocketed, mostly because they didn't want to hand their ID over, especially in the UK, because it wasn't even the UK government that was managing the IDs. It was basically being sent off to third-party American companies. Oh, if there's a data breach, I hope they don't find out you like BBC. I do like that great terror that people are worried about, like, you know, what they're into could possibly be leaked with the ties.
I don't care. I'll say it right on stream
to verify yourself. It's like, oh, no one knew I was a DJ and I just watched Parasitical. Okay, is he wrong? It's like the signs were always there. They were always there. Now, it is important to note that Drake is not the target of the lawsuit. What? I'm doing that Andrew Tate thing. Did you notice that, like, Andrew Tate always did this, and then, like, Mr. Beast started copying him for some reason? I have no idea why he did that. Now, RBX doesn't personally believe that Drake or his team have actually been involved themselves in any wrongdoing. You know, apart from filming cringe videos where they pretend a drone flew to his apartment. Oh no, ignore the fact that the gambling website I'm associated with is on my computer. Did you notice as well during that video how soy he looked when he threw, what was it, a sandal or something? Now, despite saying that Drake or his team haven't done any wrong, they are basically trying to use him as a prime example of their lawsuit. And again, I really can't help that this is definitely some, like, ulterior motive here, like a sneak diss towards him or something, especially with what happened with him and Kendrick. Because keep in mind, back in November 2024, when, you know, the whole Kendrick and Drake beef actually started to die down, Drake actually levied some pretty heavy accusations against Spotify and then UMG, Universal Music Group. And he actually claimed the exact same thing that RBX is now claiming, you know, using Drake as an example, saying that, you know, during the Kendrick beef, Kendrick's songs were doing numbers, and he thinks that they were, like, artificially made. Expanded. Okay, I'm not gonna say anything else. Expanded. That's what you get. I mean, the same reason why Spotify might be turning a blind eye to possible botting, the same way that, you know, Twitch or Kick don't really care, especially Kick. I mean, more streams, your numbers go up, you look better as a company. I remember even reading some cope, like, for example, you know, for the 7 people watching this video that still use Facebook, I'm very sorry for you, by the way. You know, apparently a view is counted on a Facebook video if you just watch like 3 seconds or 6 seconds. And that's not using bots to get your views up. But again, it's those kind of underhanded tactics. So Mark Zuckerberg can be like, wait. Now I just look like a lesbian librarian, right? New face filters on Instagram today. This is my favorite one so far. Nice job, team. These are coming straight off. Not wearing those. You know these glasses, by the way? I only bought these because it's the exact same glasses that Paul Dano wore when he played the...
Oh my god.
Right. New face filters on Instagram today. This is my favorite one so far. Nice job, team. These are coming straight off. Not wearing those. You know these glasses, by the way? I only bought these because it's the exact same glasses that Paul Dano wore when he played the Riddler in the Batman film. Like, these are one-to-one. It's not the pair that he wore. They're not even prescription. They just have a blue light blocker, so I don't, stay up until 4 in the morning. And again, if you do this job of making the numbers look bigger, that looks great for you, but then it hurts everyone on the actual platform. Like, for example, on Spotify, it hurts the artists. They end up being shafted. The way that Spotify pays their artists is a pro-rata model, pro-rata. You picked the right one, okay? That's the only thing I'm going to say wrong in this video. So this basically means that the streams and all the money they've generated are, like mashed together. And then the money is split from what each artist contributed. So if one artist, like, let's say Drake has a bunch of fraudulent streams, his percentage take will actually end up being larger, so he'll be taking in more earnings. And again, this shafts everyone, not the people that could possibly be botting. I'm not saying that Drake is botting because, I'd rather not be sued, but the same thing of streamers. They're, when they bot, because most platforms, they usually recommend artists that are up and coming, or they just have insane streaming numbers. And if you've got someone that's doing that, there's less chance that much smaller streamers are going to be noticed. Again, okay, I'm going to give you guys some advice right now. If any of you stream on Twitch, like genuinely, you do it as like a hobby, and
I do.
maybe you want to do it full time, get the f off Twitch right now. Get the f off Twitch. Stream on YouTube. YouTube is not a great platform, but it does such a better job recommending smaller streamers as opposed to Twitch. Because if you go onto any tab on Twitch, it'll always filter the most viewed streamers, and then you got to scroll all the way down and basically like try to find someone out of pity. But if you might have noticed with YouTube as well, you'll be recommended videos for no reason that have like 20 views, 100 views, and it's like, why am I being recommended this? And you'll get recommended the same thing with streams as well. People that are like 3 to 5 viewers. And you being on that sidebar on YouTube is so much better than streaming on Twitch and you're averaging like 3 viewers. I remember when Ludwig did an entire video talking about how, he can like break Twitch by becoming a streamer and no one knows who he is. He couldn't do it. He basically had to end the video because like his stream was so dead, like no one was clicking on it. I mean, currently with pretty much all social media, it is very good and very lucrative to have, thousands or tens or hundreds of thousands of people that aren't actually real, because it basically, it makes your numbers look a lot bigger, and therefore your net worth, for example, can shoot up as well. So basically, from RBX, this lawsuit is targeting Spotify's unwillingness to do anything. And I will be honest, right? I love Spotify. I love Spotify. I like listening to Blade and SO2K. Great guys. They're not from China, but great guys. I feel they would try to basically, not acknowledge if they knew that there was an exploit, because again, once everyone knows about the exploit, it's over. Then it gets patched. So it's like you try to pretend to be, oh, I'm like blissfully unaware. I've got no idea that there was this exploit with Drake. I mean, a great example here, right? Okay, let me put this in video game terms because I'll try and not do it in Breaking Bad terms for once. GTA 5. I remember playing that game on the Xbox 360. There would be people in top hats walking down the street with a funny mustache, and they would just be dropping bags of money, like actual money bags from the Spyro Dragon franchise. Shout outs if you know that character, by the way.
What? You don't want to pay? What are you saving your money for? Another sequel?
And like you would pick them up and instantly have like 5 mil, and like Rockstar had to like patch that like instantly because there was an in-game transaction that there was the shark cards you could buy, so they were actually losing out on money. I mean, the lawsuit even states that Spotify has basically done nothing else except window dressing. And the problem is, we'd like to know the numbers of bots, but again, companies keep that tight to their chest. Like, for example, the amount of people that streamed Futurama when it came out on Hulu. God, that show fell off. It was so good, and then it fell off. But basically, they claim that the botted streams could actually be in the billions. Now, I'm going to make a very brave statement here. If Drake is actually botting his streams, which I'm not saying he is, this can be very, very bad. I mean, he'll be making a lot more money. I mean, he already makes so much from stake, usually gambling away or, throwing a slipper at a drone that they paid to fly up to his apartment. Now, a single stream on Spotify is like comedically bad. It's like like 0.003 cents or something like that. I think genuinely a stream on Spotify is somehow worse than TikTok pay-wise. But if that number is in the billions, then it's going to start to add up. But I also do feel here as well, there's a bigger problem with someone who's incredibly rich getting more rich, and that person isn't me. And I also feel, in a sense as well, it's made our... I'm not going to fucking say society. I'm not going to say that word. I'm not going to say... Okay, society, sure. I feel now with this claim of like botted streams and stuff, it's made everyone incredibly cynical. I have seen, you know, for example, so many upcoming artists. Who's that guy that looks like Jack Skeleton? Hang on. Tall,
I don't bot my streams. I don't care about
skinny.
that.
That's actually what I'm looking up. I'm not joking. Oh, yeah, he's the first result. There's no way he's the first result. Oh my God. Lanky, tall, lanky singer. Like, for example, at the minute, there's this artist that blew up recently called Samba. And whenever I see the guy mentioned, I don't listen to his music. Believe me, I would never listen to Mumford & Sons in my entire life. But it almost just sounds like, you know, anyone that I see in comment sections is calling the guy a plant. Like, oh, he's got rich parents, it's a nepo. I mean, he could be. I have no idea. I'm not listening to that guy's music. But at the same time, you know, with these claims of botted streams and so many artists that are blowing up recently, you know, usually through TikTok, people will always make the claim. It's like, oh, fake industry plant. It's, you know, just everyone's becoming a lot more cynical now.
Who the fuck is Somber?
But I also feel as well, if we have this huge epidemic of botted streams, it could get pretty scary because you could have basically completely talentless people, you know, rise through the ranks when other people that are trying to make their own music genuinely and organically, they never get noticed. I mean, there's great examples in the UK, like you've got Glastonbury, BBC One's Big Weekend. Dude, my humor's like washed. I should not be laughing at saying...
Hello, I'm peaceful. I'm coming in trying to extract. I will not shoot. Good fight, bud. Fought well. Hi, kitty. I fought him for it and I got it, didn't I? I got it, didn't I? I did, I got it.
And BBC when I'm pushing 30. I should not be laughing at that. But again, when artists are invited to perform at these events, are they trying to pick out like
Not
new
bad.
indie experimental artists? They could be, but the highest chance is they're just filtering through who the biggest artists are, if they can afford them or not. And then you also have the worst.
Wait, I
thing
knocked
ever
him
hit the
out.
music
I knocked him out. I
Music
killed him, I
normies,
guess. Or
people
something.
that don't try to find out their own kind of music, they don't try to explore or anything like that. They'll just put on the radio and listen to anything. Now, that's not an issue. That's usually where
I gotta skim
90%
for
of
that.
people find the kind of music they're into. That's where they, you know, they find their niche or their favorite artist. It's a great way, in like a, you know, a pretty standard way to explore the playing field and see what you like. Definitely, it's a great place to start. But then the problem is, radio usually puts on the popular people who are popular because they're popular. I feel like I'm dragging myself into a corner here regarding music, and I'm not well versed on music. You know, I've got that specific kind of mental illness where I'll just listen to the same 5 songs for a year straight. But I do have some good news to sidetrack you from my current conversation. Death Grips made a post on their Instagram.
Oh, I got
saying that they're coming
expeditions.
back.
Nice.
They're back. They're back. They're back. Oh my God, they're actually back. If they go on tour, no one piss on the floor again, please. That is the reason they didn't do anything for 3 years. Now, if Drake wasn't the only person to get into some drama, we also have Soulja Boy. He needs absolutely no introduction. So Soulja Boy tried to make a console, I think a couple of years ago. He also laughed at video game developer because he didn't understand the game. That game was Braid, and I think that was like one of the first games to come out on the Xbox 360 Live Arcade. By the way,
yeah, Braid is a good game.
To this video like every year. It's called Jonathan Blow crying in a dark room about Soulja Boy misunderstanding.
This shit called Braid. Hold up. Let me watch this shit. It's about this little guy in a suit.
This game was so successful, by the way.
You know, when you work a long time on something really intricate like that, there's a hope that people are going to understand, you know,
Oh no, white boy, you're too timid. Look at you sit in the dark in your little house, your little software developer house.
And that you'll
oh my god.
have some line of communication.
The title.
And they got no point to the game. You just walk around jumping on shit.
They're not seeing the most important thing.
Not the dark room. Not the pan out. What? I don't remember there being a pan out.
So cheesy.
Anyway, so Soulja Boy, who laughed at a professional game dev, not a very nice thing to do, by the way, don't condone that. He came out with a new console called the Soulja Game Flip, which is pretty much the equivalent of the Nintendo DS, a console that came out
Soulja Game Flick? Are you fucking serious?
Sony are probably going to release the PSP too. Okay, I do want to say here, I do not understand why anyone would want to buy this console, because we already have a famine of no games. There are some games, but there's no games, okay? How is Soulja Boy going to somehow bring games onto the market? I mean, the only options of games you have are console games that get ported over to the PC 3 years later anyway. I'm looking at you, GTA 6. You want everyone to double dip. Disgusting, greedy company. And then you've got indie games that come out on Steam, for example, with PS1 graphics that are usually developed by a trans person. Now, I looked at the first Soulja Boy console that he made, or he got some poor people in a sweatshop to make it. It basically ran emulated games from the Game Boy, DS, other Nintendo
Oh my
properties,
god.
which is definitely illegal, and I feel that Nintendo
That's what he wanted
are the
to do.
worst company that you can ever mess with here. I mean, a great example here, Microsoft. If you emulated Halo onto the Soulja Boy console, Phil Spencer would say, "Oh, at least someone's playing it." Now, if you look at Soulja Boy's new console, it does look suspiciously like the Retroid Pocket Flip 2 is $230, and then the Soulja Game Flip is actually retailing at $440.
$440.
Is that USD? Oh no, it's gone already. They took it down. That was quick.
Of course.
That was like 2 days ago. What? Oh no, everyone bought them. They were so excited. Now, I'm not really sure what's going to happen with Soulja Boy here. I'm not sure if there'll be like any legal action taken again.
They're like $440 jokes.
Retroid.
The rich people buy so they can sell to other idiots like 50 years from now. Oh my god. Soulja Boy Flick.
But then they actually gave a statement on the topic, and they made it clear that they had no business connections to Soulja Boy, so this actually wasn't a collab. They also said as well that this wasn't any kind of relationship, nor does Soulja Boy have a license to resell their products underneath his name. And then according to Retroid as well, they do also have a patent for the Retroid Pocket Flip 2, so a lawsuit could actually be coming if there's grounds for one. Now, the Soulja Boy website, it's a goldmine. That is not the only piece of resold, rebranded trash he's selling. You've got the Soulja Boy AI smart glasses, and they look incredibly similar.
$64.
To the Ray-Ban Meta Smart AI glasses. I mean, you can see here on the website, there's a listing for it. It's only $64, which is actually, you know, not too bad for AI glasses. But I think personally, all it's going to do is just have a recording feature, which all of these glasses have right now. You've seen all the influencers that go into a restaurant, they're like, my blood sugar's low. Oh, could I get something for free? And then if you give me it for free, I'll give you $100, but I won't tell you that. I won't tell you that.
Blood sugar's low. Do you sell apple juice?
Have a good day.
Get out of here. Who's got him?
I don't understand the context here. I'm not sure the Soldier Boy just keeps going into some sort of coma and then waking up regularly. Because, like, even back in 2018, consoles got pulled from the store due to a possible lawsuit from Nintendo. Out of any company you could try to rip off, Nintendo is the last one that you should mess with. You know, I've yapped about Nintendo before, like that really cringe partner program they tried to have where it was like, oh, you can join if you give us some money for playing our games, even though you already paid to buy the game in the first place. They're just so disgustingly out of touch. But again, it's like, you know, I made a video, ribbing on the new Pokemon game, saying how it just was not worth the money. And I still get Rensoids on Twitter complaining about it. Oh, you can't speak bad about my Pokemon. Yes, I will buy it 3 times a year. I love Nintendo. But yeah, that was my yap fest over. I'm not going to call this an ASOC because it basically isn't. It's only 2 stories. It'll just be something X situation is insane.
Intelligence is nothing really other than information and knowledge. But the idea that it is necessarily nefarious, it's always engaged in overthrowing governments, that's false.
Mr. Dulles, I know you've heard this many times, that there are people who say that we, with regard to the CIA, are waging a secret war with an invisible government.
That's for the birds. At no time has the CIA engaged in any political activity or any intelligence activity. It was not approved at the highest level.
My guest this afternoon is an extremely well-known psychiatrist in Oklahoma City, Dr. Lewis J. West, and you were not arrested last week. We know. In
No.
fact, I've never been arrested. Well,
I'm going to be right back on a
He wrote
drink.
to his boss at the CIA, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, and summed up his career by saying, "It was fun, fun, fun. Where else could a red-blooded American boy lie, kill, and cheat?" As this 1952 CIA memo says, the aim is controlling an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will, and even against such fundamental laws of nature as self-preservation.
With that little sweetheart, little bit of love. Love is a healing remedy.
With a recording beside him saying that your mother hates you over and over and over and over and
Huh? Are you saying? That's relative.
Today I want to go there. So where is there? Well, there is the CIA's Project MKUltra, as well as we're going to talk about some cults, specifically the Manson family cult and Jefferson. I'm going there, but responsibly, ethically. So I have my tinfoil hat on. We're going to do what I always do on my channel, okay? Are you new here? Let me tell you what it is. It's that we talk about the facts, and then we talk about the theories, and then you can decide for yourself. We have to talk about Project Artichoke because this is the precursor to MKUltra. Sidney Gottlieb was the head of Project Artichoke. It was named after his favorite food, as well as Project MKUltra, and eventually he would actually become head of the CIA. At this time, which is in 1952.
Intelligence is nothing really other than information and knowledge. But the idea that it is necessarily nefarious, it's always engaged in overthrowing governments, that's false.
Mr. Dulles, I know you've heard this many times, that there are people who say that we, with regard to the CIA, are waging a secret war with an invisible government.
That's for the birds. At no time has the CIA engaged in any political activity or any intelligence activity. It was not approved at the highest level.
My guest is an extremely well-known psychiatrist in the city, Dr. Lewis J. West, were arrested last week. We know.
In fact, I've never been arrested.
Well,
He wrote to his boss at the CIA, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, and summed up his career by saying, "It was fun, fun, fun. Where else could a red-blooded American boy lie, kill, and cheat?" As this 1952 CIA memo says, the aim is controlling an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will, and even against such fundamental laws of nature as self-preservation.
Give that little sweetheart a little bit of love. Love is a healing remedy.
This is Apollo. Did you bring those grenades, Raider? My new designs look great on paper, but I'll need someone to chuck them at some machines to know anything for sure.
Saying that your mother hates you over and over and over and over and over.
Huh? Are you saying? Saying? Let's roll with this.
Today, I want to go there. So where is there? Well, there is the CIA's Project MK Ultra, as well as we're going to talk about some cults, specifically the Manson family cult and Jonestown. I'm going there responsibly, ethically. So I have my tinfoil hat on. We're going to do what I always do on my channel, okay? Are you new here? Let me tell you what it is. It's that we talk about the facts, and then we talk about the theories, and then you can decide for yourself. We have to talk about Project Artichoke because this is the precursor to MK Ultra. Sidney Gottlieb was the head of Project Artichoke. It was named after his favorite food, as well as Project MK Ultra, and eventually he would actually become head of the CIA. At this time, which is in 1952, he is simply a chemist at the CIA, and some say a mad scientist. This guy, his name is George White. He's a narcotics officer, okay? He's a Fed, a narc. According to George White's appointment book, on June 6, 1952, he has a note saying that he's got a meeting with Gottlieb at 8:30 a.m. Then at the bottom of that page, it says, Gottlieb proposes I be CIA consultant. I agree. A little over a month after George White and Sidney Gottlieb meet, we have a declassified CIA memo that is dated July 14th, 1952, so a little over a month after they meet. And this subject for this memo is successful application of narco-hypnotic interrogation artichoke. And in this memo, they say that this method was used on suspected Russian double agents while using the cover of a psychiatric medical evaluation, and they used a combination of hypnosis and narcosis to induce regression, and that they were able to produce total amnesia by post-hypnotic suggestion. Then they talk about a case where they used heavy dosages of sodium pentothal, aka truth serum, coupled with the stimulant disoxin, which is a methamphetamine, quote, with
Dioxin.
outstanding success. And then less than a year later, on April 13th, 1953, Project MK Ultra was authorized by Allen Dulles. Allen Dulles is the head of the CIA, the director of Central Intelligence, aka the head of the CIA. Now, he had a club foot. Why am I mentioning that? Because Sidney Gottlieb also had a club foot. Why am I mentioning that? Because they both bonded over their club feet and they walked with limps. And you may think, who cares? I do, because it's little things like that. They talk about how they really bonded and that Allen Dulles really gave Sidney Gottlieb free rein to do whatever allegedly he needed to do to achieve mind control, because this was something that they thought the Soviets were already doing. This is the Cold War. They're over here like, damn, they're going to the moon. We got to go to the moon. Really, they have mind control. We got to do mind control. They got the nukes. We got the nukes. Now, Sidney Gottlieb is head of MK Ultra, and the official designation of this project was to essentially research covert mind control and brainwashing through hypnosis and drugs. They were trying to create basically like a Manchurian candidate, which is someone who you can program to assassinate someone else and have no memory of doing it. There were 162 secret backed projects for MK Ultra, and these were done at 80 institutions with 185 researchers. One of these researchers was this guy, and his name was Louis Jolyon West, but he's known as Dr. Jolly West, and that's what we're going to call him because it's fun to say that. And he was an American psychiatrist, and he had pioneered research into brainwashing techniques that were employed against American prisoners of war by their captors. This is what put Dr. Jolly on the CIA's radar, and he ended up working with them in 1953, which was shortly after the project was approved. Sidney Gottlieb's code name was Sherman Gifford, and he was Dr. Jolly West's handler. There was this letter that was dated June 11th, 1953. This is 2 months after MK Ultra started, and it's from Dr. Jolly to SG Sidney Gottlieb, aka Sherman Gifford. So this is from an article Intercept addressing Gottlieb as SG. West outlined the experiments proposed to perform using a combination of psychotropic drugs and hypnosis. He began with a plan to discover the degree to which information can be extracted from presumably unwilling subjects during hypnosis alone or in combination with certain drugs, possibly with subsequent amnesia for the interrogation and or alteration of the subject's recollection of the information he formerly knew. Another item proposed honing techniques for implanting false information into particular subjects or for inducing in them specific mental disorders. He hoped to create couriers who could carry a long and complex message embedded secretly in their minds and to study the induction of trance states by drugs. His list lined up perfectly with the goals of MK Ultra. Needless to say, West added, the experiments must eventually be put to test in practical trials in the field. To this end, he asked Gottlieb for, quote, some sort of carte blanche, end quote. Who would the guinea pigs be? He listed 4 groups: basic airmen, volunteers, patients, and others, possibly including prisoners in the local stockade. Only the volunteers would be paid. The others could be unwilling, and though it wasn't spelled out, unwitting. It would be easier to preserve his secrecy if he were, quote, inducing specific mental disorders, end quote, in people who already exhibited them. Certain patients requiring hypnosis and therapy or suffering from dissociative disorders, trances, fugues, amnesias, etc. might lend themselves to our experiments, he said. Gottlieb's reply came on letterhead from Chemrophil Associates, a front company he used to correspond with MK Ultra subcontractors. This is from Sydney. He says, my good friend, I had been wondering whether your apparent rapid and comprehensive grasp of our problems could possibly be real. You have indeed developed an admirably accurate picture of exactly what we are after. For this, I am deeply grateful. We have gained quite an asset in the relationship we are developing with you. It makes me very happy to realize that you consider me an asset, Dr. Jolly replied. Surely there is no more vital undertaking conceivable in these times. Soon after this back and forth between Sydney and Dr. Jolly got top secret clearance and was officially part of MK Ultra. In 1954, a year after he joins the program, when he's only 29 years old, he gets magically promoted in a way that is a very abnormal compared to all the other people that got his position. He becomes chair of the psychiatry department at the University of Oklahoma. It was there that he worked on sub-project 43 of MK Ultra, and this is where we need to talk about cutouts. So cutouts are basically like in the world of espionage. My understanding is that a cutout is like an intermediary between, it could be 2 agents who should not know about each other in case one of them gets captured. They can't actually tell if they got tortured, like who the other person was. Also, a cutout could be an address. A cutout could be a hospital, a wing of a hospital, a department in a hospital, in a university, for example, which is what a lot of these cutouts were here. Cutouts are a big part of what I'm talking about because these are the links and connections to cults like, allegedly, links and connections to cults like the Manson family and Jonestown, etc. I love you, but I'm not just which. Okay. Sir, for example, here's a memo from 1954 discussing a cutout for MK Ultra at Georgetown University Hospital. It says here that MK Ultra provides research and development funding for highly sensitive projects in certain fields, including covert biological, chemical, and radiological warfare. And it also says that sponsorship of this cutout at Georgetown was, quote, completely deniable since no connection would exist between the university and the agency. This is another declassified CIA document that I think is very interesting. I want to read it to you. These are the objectives, basically, of this program. So it says here that a portion of the research and development program of TSS Chemical Division, this is also related to MK Ultra, it is devoted to the discovery of the following materials and methods: substances which will promote illogical thinking and impulsiveness to the point where the recipient would be discredited in public; substances which increase the efficiency of mentation and perception; 3, materials which will prevent or counteract the intoxicating effect of alcohol; materials which will promote the intoxicating effect of alcohol; materials which will produce the signs and symptoms of recognized diseases in a reversible way so that they may be used for malingering, etc.; materials which will render the induction of hypnosis easier or otherwise enhance its usefulness; substances which will enhance the ability of individuals to withstand privation, torture, and coercion through interrogation, during interrogation, and so-called brainwashing; materials and physical methods which will produce amnesia for events preceding and during their use; physical methods of producing shock and confusion over extended periods of time and capable of surreptitious use; substances which produce physical disablement, such as paralysis of the leg, what does it say here? Oh, acute anemia, etc.; substances which will produce pure euphoria with no subsequent letdown. What does that have to do with that? That's just for them. That's just for personal use. Anyway, substances which will alter personality structure in such a way that the tendency of the recipient to become dependent upon another person is enhanced; a material which will cause mental confusion of such a type that the individual under its influence will find it difficult to maintain a fabrication under questioning; substances which will lower the ambition and general working efficiency of men when administered in undetectable amounts. Damn.
They're talking about fentanyl. That's what fentanyl does.
Weakness or
That's why the government put in all the fucking drug supply. Fentanyl is that drug she just mentioned, which is like it makes you like totally totally despondent all the time, and you feel like you're addicted to something, but you don't really get high. You just have this malaise. They started putting it in the meth, and I knew immediately. It's kind of like you like biting into a burger, and there's some ice cream in there, and the drug dealer's like, "How's your burger?" And you're like, "Oh, I thought this would be a burger, but it was ice cream inside this bun." And they're like, "Oh, it's the same thing. Gets you high, doesn't it? It tastes good, doesn't it?" Well, yeah, the ice cream tastes good, but I was trying to buy a burger. It gives me that protein rush, you know? And that's what fentanyl is. It's like this weird, like, you know, it does work. It does have a euphoria to it. It is strong, but it's not good enough. It doesn't do anything. And it's sort of really, really bad for you psychically. It like really brings you down negatively. And they started putting it in all the drug supplies. I don't really know why. Some scientist told them that fentanyl gets people high, but then makes them sad or whatever. But honestly, it doesn't even get people high, really. It just, I mean, it will. When you first do it, it will. It's like, it is an opioid or whatever it is. It's some synthoid or something. I'm not really sure, but man. There's a lot of these. Oh, I finally fell. Yep. Oh, good. 20 minutes. Nice. Okay, let's just go into a raid.
distortion of the eyesight or hearing faculties, preferably without permanent effects. A knockout pill, which can surreptitiously be administered in drinks, food, cigarettes, as an aerosol, etc. Wow, which will be safe to use, provide a maximum of amnesia, and be suitable for use by agent types on an ad hoc basis. Just spraying people with shit, cigarettes and stuff. A material which can be surreptitiously administered by the above routes, and which in very small amounts will make it impossible for a man to perform any physical activity, whatever. Maybe they meant to say that's what. Whatever. To be clear, these are the objectives. Now, just because these are objectives doesn't mean they achieved every single one of these objectives. So what did they achieve? I'm going to tell you. Here we have Dr. Jolly. Remember him?
So I had to charge my
He wrote this
my
proposal
iPods.
in
Takes like an hour, but then you get like
and it
another
was
10
titled
hours.
Psychophysiological Studies of Hypnosis and Suggestibility, and it had an accompanying document that was titled Studies of Dissociative States. And a year after this memo with the objectives was written is when Dr. Jolly wrote this proposal, where he claimed that he had found a way to replace true memories with false memories. So basically like induced amnesia and then like reprogramming. He said he was able to do this without the subject's knowledge, and that he did this through hypnotic suggestion as well as the new drugs that they had discovered, which we think and presume, and I think is also pretty sure, which is LSD. Remember George White, the guy I told you about, the narcotics officer that was hired? Okay, this is where Operation Midnight Climax comes into play. It is exactly what it sounds like, okay? There was a lot of climaxing at midnight and other hours, I think, as well. This was an operation that was part of MK Ultra, and this was in 1954. So George White was given a pseudonym, or an alias, I guess is the best word, and his alias was Morgan Hall. And under this alias, he got these safe houses in New York and also in San Francisco, where he could hire, and did hire, prostitutes to lure unsuspecting men into these safe houses. These safe houses were rigged with recording equipment, one-way mirrors, and it was like connected to this adjoining apartment where George White would sit there. They say he would drink martinis when he would do this, and he would basically watch these men get drugged with LSD by these prostitutes and see how they behave. One of the reasons Sydney hired George White is because George White was known for not necessarily operating within the law. Like, he didn't have a problem breaking the law for the cause.
And shortly before his death, he wrote to his boss at the CIA, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, and summed up his career by saying, "It was fun, fun, fun. Where else could a red-blooded American boy lie, kill, and cheat with the sanction and blessing of the All-Highest?"
What they were doing was illegal because these Americans were being drugged without their consent unknowingly. This is not allowed, okay? And George White was like, whatever. This is nothing compared to what I'm already doing, which, by the way, he's a drug-addled narcotics officer. George basically, and also Sydney, like a lot of them, got high on their own supply. They were drugging people with LSD and they were taking it. That's probably why they were like, not a big deal. Like, I've taken this. It's actually kind of fun. The thing with George is that he was kinky. Now, I don't want to kink shame. He had like a BDSM fetish. He was into cross-dressing, allegedly, loved high heels, and took a bunch of acid. So I'm just imagining him with his martini like heels in like some kind of bondage outfit watching this, and it's like all for America, for, you know, for democracy, you know, like, fuck the commies, put on your heels, girl, and your martini, and let's drug these Johns. Me, if I was a CIA agent. There's this declassified document from August 17th, 1956, that shows that they knew this shit was weird because Sidney Gottlieb wrote this memo. The subject is accountability for certain expenditures under sub-project 42 of MK Ultra. This is the safe house midnight climax thing. Gottlieb writes in this memo, the highly unorthodox nature of these activities and the considerable risk incurred make it impossible to require that they provide a receipt for these payments. So he says they'll just mark the expenses as like cash withdrawals. I was going to try to do a transatlantic accent. June 6, 1952. See, Sidney Gottlieb is a federal narcotic, you know? That's how I do that. So we're not going to do that. I'm sorry. Am I? Now remember the letter I read you earlier between Dr. Jolly and Sidney, where they're like, oh, you're such a great asset and all this. In that letter, Dr. Jolly talked about the need for field testing this on people in the field, outside of the lab, right? And here's where we start talking about what are these field tests they did. So who were, remember, he outlined 4 groups in that letter that were potential subjects: basic airmen, volunteers, patients, and prisoners. The fact that volunteers is its own category tells me that the others were not volunteers. They were unwilling, unwitting, which was very important because when they were actually going to do this, they were going to do this to unwitting and unwilling subjects. This is where the Vacaville prison comes into play, as well as this airman, Jimmy Shaver, comes into play. They all have connections to Jolly West. Also, Patty Hearst, remember that? Connections with Jolly West. Jack Ruby, the guy who assassinated JFK's assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, connections to JFK. And Jack Ruby has connections to George White, the narc safe house BDSM guy. George White allegedly recruited Jack Ruby as an informant. So all of these things that I just told you, these are more like assassins, okay? And then there's like Whitey Bulger with the prison experiments, and the Unabomber is connected, and all this stuff. This video is about cults. However, I was very fascinated by the assassin stuff and whatever. It's also extremely controversial for YouTube. So guess what? It's going to be on my Patreon. I'm actually going to be doing a multi-episode series. It's a huge undertaking. It's going to be spread over maybe 2 months. It's going to be a thing, but I'm going to work on the first episode after this. However, that's my little plug. Anyway, let's move on. If you're interested, go to my Patreon or Jasmine. Moving on. There's another doctor we have to talk about, and this doctor is really bad. You want to talk about an evil, mad scientist? This is the poster child for that shit. His name is Dr. Ewan Cameron. Dr. Cameron is evil AF, okay? The shit that he did, it's like, you know when you see those movies, like horror movies about mental institutions and the torture and the electroshock and like all the crazy creepy shit? This guy did that. It's like based on him. Dr. Cameron's techniques were very successful, but extremely brutal and unethical, like on another level. What Dr. Cameron did was basically wipe your brain and your mind and then reprogram you however they wanted. And this wiping of the brain was known as de-patterning, like removing all patterns, thought patterns and things like that, behavioral patterns. And then the reprogramming was done through this process known as psychic driving, which sounds like literal hell on earth. People end up connecting this to Jonestown because in Jonestown, all around the compound, Jim Jones had PA speakers where he was going on and on with his depressing shit. They're gonna kill us. They're coming. You should kill yourself. End it now. Why wait? They're coming. It sucks. Everything's so good. These techniques were alleged, and a big part of why people think that Jonestown specifically may have been like some sort of CIA operation. Whereas with the Manson theory, it's more of like the Manchurian Candidate type thing, which is more of like the Dr. Jolly West stuff. And the connections with Dr. Jolly West are with Charles Manson. So anyway, let me get back to Dr. Cameron because I'm getting all excited. Why do I get so into shit like this? Because I have no life. What Dr. Cameron did was at this cutout. This particular cutout was in Canada, and it was at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, Canada. What happened at this hospital in Canada was so bad. There are lawsuits. Canada, I think they said quietly settled with some of these patients, victims really. But in the US, obviously they got away with it. Nothing happened.
But the case has gone nowhere. In fact, the CIA has tried to dismiss them with $25,000 each as a mere nuisance settlement.
Are you surprised? You shouldn't be. The way that Dr. Cameron would de-pattern these people was using electroshock therapy, insane amounts, like way more often and higher voltage than is usual, like way more. Then he would do these medically induced comas where they would literally be unconscious for like a month or more. drugged heavily with all kinds of drugs. Then he would do the reprogramming, which is the psychic driving method of repeated audio.
Why are you running? Why are you running away? Why are you letting responsibility?
Dr. Cameron would be like, you are worthless, you are obedient, you are dependent, you obey. And it would play on loop over and over again for up to 20 hours a day.
Saying that your mother hates you over and over and over and over and over.
People had to listen to this audio for, they said, up to 500,000 times while you're being electrically shocked in the mind, drugged and left unconscious for like months at a time. This shit is fucking crazy. There was
that's
actually
humanity
a
that I
pregnant
know.
woman
That's humanity.
who was brought
That's what they
to
do.
this hospital and unknowingly subjected to this stuff. And there's records of her in the documents where they said that they had her de-patterned and she was like losing weight while she was pregnant, and they were shocking her and giving her all this shit. Like, this is fucked. At the same time that Dr. Cameron was doing this shit in Canada, Dr. Jolly West was in Oklahoma giving LSD to an elephant. Yes, this shit went down in the Oklahoma Zoo in 1962. Bars,
These fucking
sad
freaks.
bars, tusks. The elephant was called Tusco. What a transition. Dr. Jolly West decided to give him insane amounts of LSD. And then obviously the elephant had like a horrible reaction to it. And then they tried to give it antipsychotic drugs, and this poor elephant ended up, it took like over an hour for this elephant to die. It was this horrible ass shit. Weird, very weird. But let's move on, because now it's 1967, and instead of Oklahoma, Dr. Jolly West is now in California. 5 years after this elephant experiment, Dr. Jolly West is part of another experiment project, whatever you want to call it, and it was the Haight-Ashbury crash pad in 1967. Now, in 1967, Haight-Ashbury was like the epicenter of the hippie movement, and this crash pad was a way to monitor, research, report back on what was going on with the hippies at the time, because it wasn't just the US government that had LSD. A lot of these major figures in the counterculture movement of the 60s were people like Ken Kesey, Timothy Leary, I forget the guy's name from the Grateful Dead. These people did these experiments, whether it was in hospitals or colleges or whatever, where they were given acid, LSD, and they liked it. Maybe they weren't electroshocked and told you're worthless over and over like Dr. Cameron was doing. For them, they were like, this is fun, I want more. So some of them stole it, they found ways to get it and pass it around, and then they found ways to reverse engineer it, and that's how LSD spread, became known as acid in the hippie movement. And instead of making people followers and brainwashed, it made people actually open their mind, free your mind, question the government. So it kind of like backfired in a way, but then it backfired back again, because this is where all the conspiracy theories come in with Charles Manson, because Charles Manson was also in Haight-Ashbury in 1967. Even more than that, he went to this crash pad and clinic. There was a clinic that Dr. Jolly West was affiliated with in Haight-Ashbury. And this clinic was supposedly where some of these tests were done. And Charles Manson and his family, his cult, the followers that he had, they went to this clinic. Actually, Charles Manson's parole officer told him he needed to go check into that clinic once a week. The thing is, remember that letter between Dr. Jolly and Sidney Gottlieb all the way back in 1953? Jolly West in that letter said that he needed a practical application where he could do field research, right? Basically testing it in the wild on people. And there were 4 groups, right? Volunteers was one, prisoners, and then there was airmen and patients. Charles Manson was a prisoner. Then he like turns up in San Francisco, and now his parole officer is having him check into this clinic. And then making matters even more suspicious is that when Charles Manson violated his parole officer did not get him arrested. He's like, just go to the clinic. Dr. Jolly will take care of you. Now, we don't know for sure if Dr. Jolly and Charles Manson ever actually crossed paths or hung out, but we do know that that clinic was affiliated with Dr. Jolly West, and we know that Charles Manson and the family were at that clinic. So just to be clear, a very mild version of the conspiracy theory is that Charles Manson either knowingly or unknowingly was being tested with this and then used those techniques on his cult members, having them follow him, do everything he told them to do, and that the CIA, they saw what was happening and they just didn't stop it. They're like, this is interesting, let's see how it plays out. And then it played out horribly in like these horrible, gruesome, brutal murders. The sinister, again, more elaborate conspiracy theory is that this was all orchestrated. And the reason why they bring it up is to say it was twofold. It was to test this mind control stuff, but also it was to discredit these movements that were emerging, which were countering everything that MK Ultra and the CIA stood for. They're in this Cold War mindset. They're in this nuclear race and mind control race and all this stuff. It was to discredit the hippies and the Black Panthers, because the Black Panthers were coming up at this time too. And celebrities who are also part of the hippie culture were supporting the Black Panthers. So now these two groups are kind of friends, and they're both enemies of the CIA, allegedly. Well, actually not allegedly, because there's a lot of documentation and proof through operations and stuff that were designed to infiltrate these groups to discredit them. The official story is that Charles Manson was trying to incite a race war and put symbology like helter-skelter and like a panther paw and death to pigs and all this stuff to make it look like it was the Black Panthers who did it. They killed all these white people, famous people, powerful people, and so it would incite a race war. And the thing is, there was internal documents in the like FBI and CIA where they were saying that they did not like the support that these white celebrities and people in the hippie movement were giving the Black Panthers. They were saying that what they don't know is that once the Black Panthers get in power, they're going to turn on their white helpers, supporters, whatever, and basically go after them. So they're just going to use you to get in power and get rid of you. And so they were trying to make them hate each other, okay?
Approaching start.
Divide and conquer. That memo where they were saying that the whites would be lined up and shot once Black Powers got into power, it was 8 months before the Manson murders. The sinister theory is that this was all orchestrated to create this race war that would then discredit the Black Panthers, discredit the hippies. It would also be a way to test and see if this mind control thing could work, then go use that on the Soviets and take over the world. Oh, I was like, okay, well, if that was the case, why wouldn't they make it seem like it was a race war? Like, how did we find out it wasn't a race war? And then I found this old clip where like a reporter randomly found evidence and called the cops and was like, here's some evidence. It was like huge evidence, like jeans.
We drove from Cielo Drive at the base of Benedict Canyon up here. Leaving from Cielo Drive, driving up Benedict Canyon, we found several pairs of blue jeans and what appeared to be some very dark sweatshirts. These shirts and the blue jeans appear to have stains on them. So without hesitation, I went directly across the street to 2901 Benedict Canyon. Used the telephone to call Lieutenant Robert Elder, LAPD homicide, and told him that I think we have found the clothes they're looking for.
Autopilot jumping.
This is where we found it. It's right down there.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Any other things or objects located down there?
No.
What are you going to do with the evidence now?
The evidence will be transported to Scientific Investigation Division.
Would the scientific lab be able to determine whether or not there were these kind of stains on the articles of clothing after being out for so long a period of time?
I don't know. I'm no expert.
How did you get word about this afternoon?
We were notified by my boss, Lieutenant Robert Helder, who received a phone call from what I believe is Channel 7 News.
If you were going to use that theory and go with it, that like they orchestrated this and wanted it to be a race war, the things that exposed it as not being done by the Black Panthers were things out of their control, allegedly, is what I took it as. Correct me if I'm wrong. Additionally, they also had Manson look crazy. His followers look crazy. They all look crazy. And if you go back to that list I read you about their objectives with these things, was to like sort of incite someone to madness, to make them look crazy, to discredit them. Those are all theories. The facts are that
This clinic and this crash pad existed at the same time that Manson and his cult members were there.
Oh,
They
really?
intersected. The parole officer directed him to go there. He didn't get arrested when he violated his parole. It's giving informant. Also, the facts of how the United States government at the time felt about the hippie movement and the Black Panthers and the events that happened from there. August 1969 is when the Manson murders occurred. They're known as the Tate LaBianca murders because they happened over 2 nights, and there were several people, including actress Sharon Tate, who was pregnant. It was brutal. It was gruesome. It was all over the news.
The most brutal murder that people were aware of. Not that there's not a lot of other brutality around, but this got attention. What'd you think? Well, I looked over Vietnam. No.
Remember, Charles Manson never actually killed anyone himself. He just had the girls do it for him. Mind control. The way that he controlled the girls, his family, was also a big part of what people were talking about, brainwashing, mind control. This is also all leading to the theory that, hey, this is the exact type of shit that they were studying at the time. They wanted to do field research. They were all in the field together researching. This shit went down. Like, are they connected? I don't know. You decide. A lot of this was discussed in a Netflix documentary called Chaos, and there's also a book. The Netflix documentary barely scratches the surface, okay? This book, if you can get it and hack what I've been doing to get through it as fast as possible, although I'm not even halfway done, I have the Kindle version, I have this version, and I have the audiobook. And I do immersive reading like a crazy person where I'm listening to it like I'm de-patterned, I'm fucking psychic driving this book, okay? I would like to shout out the author, Tom O'Neill, and Dan Piepenbring. You should at least purchase one of the formats. You don't have to buy all 3 like me, but you know, I like to support a journalist, you know what I mean? While Dr. Jolly West was doing MK Ultra stuff and mind control and all this shit, publicly he was an expert on cults specifically, as well as in a lot of these hearings as like the psychiatric expert doctor who's evaluating people like Patty Hearst and like Jack Ruby. He was talking about Heaven's Gate, if you'll remember that fucking crazy ass shit. One of the things that I found interesting was this, that was in the book but not in the documentary. He wanted to create this center called the Center for Study and Reduction of Violence, which was going to, quote, gather unprecedented amounts of behavioral data and centrally store it to identify emergent crime. And this was almost going to happen. Like, there was funding for it, approval for it, but then there was public outcry. And the reason why is because people were saying that it was going to be inhumane, that they were going to be doing lobotomies and shit like that. And so that project ended up failing, and Dr. Jolly West said that it was, quote, the most frustrating experience of his career. A year later, in 1973, is when Sidney Gottlieb destroys almost all of the files related to MK Ultra. At the time, Sidney was not the head of the CIA. It was a guy called Richard Helms. Richard Helms is the one who told Sidney to destroy them, and Sidney oversaw the destruction of them, although in some document he claimed that he protested against it. But really, it says here, quote, that he drove out to the CIA Records Center and ordered the archivist to destroy boxes full of MK Ultra records, and he wrote in his report that these records were destroyed over his stated objections. In 1975, we had this congressional hearing known as the Church Committee, where people complained about these experiments and what they suffered, victims, because although the records were destroyed, those people were destroyed too, and they were talking. And so the Church Committee, they actually brought Sidney to question him, although it was like private, and you know, he claimed he didn't remember anything, like at all. He said he didn't remember which department of the CIA he worked on. He didn't remember who his boss was, who his deputy was, nothing. He had induced amnesia. The false man, maybe he de-patterned himself. So when the Church Committee was going on and they were questioning Sidney Gottlieb, they had no idea what they were talking about. They didn't know shit about MK Ultra. They didn't know shit. And so they were just going off of the complaints that they were getting, which were limited in scope. In 1977, thanks to a FOIA request, the documents that weren't meant to survive were 8,000 pages of financial records that were mislabeled, and so they were in a separate warehouse. And so this freedom of information request was made and these documents were found. And then in 1977, the New York Times talked about this, published it, and there were people who were proven through these documents to be part of the CIA, to be part of MK Ultra, including Dr. Jolly West. And so this is when the conspiracy theories really went crazy. They're like, wait, because he's been out there in the 60s and shit and doing interviews and talking, and now they're making the connection, like, hold on. And all the stuff that came out of MK Ultra and the things they did in George White, I mean, those records were damning as it was. We need to protect the Freedom of Information Act at all costs, at all costs, at all costs. Psychic drive that shit. Now there was another wave of public outcry and people being like, wait, what? Are these connected? That was in 1977. Do you know what happened in 1978? The Jonestown tragedy, massacre, whatever you want to call it. So now, hold on, wait a minute. Survivors of Jonestown actually sued the CIA, saying that they were complicit in this. There was an actual congressional hearing to look into these allegations. Okay, now nothing came of it. Surprise, surprise. When Jonestown went down, back then, it was huge, like world news. Almost 1,000 people died. A congressman, his name is Leo Ryan, was assassinated. There was a crazy ass shootout that happened on the airstrip in Guyana. Jim Jones did have connections to high-level intelligence officials. Jim Jones was on a first-name basis with several CIA officials. He bragged about knowing powerful people in the intelligence world. He had so many tapes of him just talking, because remember the psychic driving, similar type stuff he was doing with the PA system and nonstop talking. In these ramblings, he would talk about how he had special protections. There's also talk that the CIA was spying on him because he kept talking about socialism. Even when they were in Guyana, in Jonestown, they went to the Russian embassy and there were talks about going over there. And he was kind of like maybe a double agent. The reason why the CIA was even there and watching and all that is because he was in a very strategic location with regards to this anti-communism, South American. The whole thing at the time was they were worried about it coming in to America, communism through South America. And here you have Jim Jones moving a bunch of these people to this random place in the middle of nowhere that was very strategically located, where the CIA was also conducting operations and having surveillance going on there. Jim Jones and his followers, a lot of people also had a lot of contact with the U.S. Embassy in Guyana. The top aide of Leo Ryan, who was the politician that ends up getting killed in all of this, he said that the CIA was, quote, in effective control of the U.S. Embassy in Guyana. And they had a lot of contact with that embassy. So that could have been a, quote, cutout, which brings me to Richard Dwyer. Richard Dwyer was the deputy chief of mission at the U.S. Embassy in Guyana. He accompanied Leo Ryan and his party to visit Jonestown. There's this crazy ass tape of the tapes that Jim Jones recorded where he appears to name Dwyer in it and talk about protecting him when shit's going down at a time when Dwyer claims he was not there with Jim Jones. So here it is. According to Richard Dwyer, he said that he was at the Port Kaituma airstrip for that entire evening and was trying to assist those wounded in the shooting. But the death tape, which happened concurrently with the time that he would have been doing this, depicts Jones calling out directives using his name.
Don't let that. Just take Dwyer on down to the East House. Take Dwyer.
Everybody be quiet, please.
Get Dwyer out of here before something happens to him. Dwyer? I'm not talking about you, Jarl. I said Dwyer.
Why are they saying protect Dwyer? And why would he be wanting to protect Dwyer? If Dwyer is this outsider from the embassy who's coming with Leo Ryan, why are you trying to protect him unless you guys are in on this together, allegedly? Adding fuel to this fire is this recording from May 19th, 1979, so months after what happened at Jonestown. And a congressional aide is quoted in this AP wire, Associated Press, saying there are 120 white brainwashed assassins out from Jonestown awaiting the trigger word to pick up their hit. Part of this theory is the timing, how quickly government officials showed up to the scene in Guyana and were securing the scene, and that things went missing. There's a mystery tape that went missing, documents that went missing. Here are some of the things that went missing, okay? It says logs and documents disappeared. Medical and administrative logs were never recovered. Shipping manifests went missing. There was also a very quick sealing of the site. U.S. military personnel were present unusually quickly, and that parts of the compound were burned. Now let's talk about Leo Ryan's assassination, because Congressman Leo Ryan was assassinated when he arrived to Guyana, went to Jonestown to take some members with him and leave. Leo Ryan's history is insane. This guy is a politician who used to go undercover in places where there were complaints. Like, for example, after the Watts riots and stuff, he went undercover as a substitute teacher in Watts to see what it's really like in that community. And he came back and he was like, yes, it's fucked up here. It's not cool. And like, there is oppression going on and disenfranchisement and all this stuff. Same thing with prison. He went to this prison undercover to see what it's like and came out and was like, there are abuses going on in this prison. Now remember, a lot of these MK Ultra experiments were done in the field in prisons.
In prisons, yeah.
It is alleged,
They
this
like
is a
prisons.
theory, it's alleged that
They like to lock
Congressman
up
Leo
things
Ryan
they don't understand.
had knowledge of these CIA MK Ultra experiments that were going on in prison when he was pretending to be a prisoner undercover. And now he is getting involved in this cult thing, which some people are saying may be a CIA experiment. So it's like, this guy is meddling, and when he meddles and he sees shit that's not cool, he has a track record for speaking out about it. And so the theory is he found some shit out that he wasn't supposed to find out, and they had to kill him before he went back to the States and told everyone, is the conspiracy theory. This happened, remember, a year after those MK Ultra files were found, and 3 years after those congressional hearings into what happened with MK Ultra. So the heat was already on them. If this theory is true, then the heat's already on them. They've already been questioned, exposed, new documents have been found, and now this shit is about to be found out. There was a defector who claimed that a Green Beret told him that military personnel shot survivors after landing in Jonestown. Okay, there's more. So in addition to that AP wire where they said 120 white brainwashed assassins out from Jonestown awaiting the trigger word to pick up their hit, there's also witnesses who describe the shooters as, quote, zombies who are walking mechanically without emotion and looking through you, not at you. I mean, it's still a big part of the culture now where people are like, don't drink the Kool-Aid, don't drink the Kool-Aid. That's because in Jonestown, they allegedly drank cyanide. I don't know why I said it like that. I'm saying allegedly because there are theories that suggest that that's not what really happened, that there were tons of these pharmaceutical level drugs, the same types that were being used in these MK Ultra experiments, sodium pentothal and other barbiturates and shit like that. It wasn't just cyanide-laced Kool-Aid that was found at the site. There were also injections of thorazine, sodium pentothal, chloral hydrate, quaaludes, amphetamines, and sedatives. And multiple survivors said they were injected with unknown substances by nurses with, quote, questionable credentials, that they weren't actually nurses, but then they had know-how on how to administer these things. These are similar drugs that were administered during MK Ultra experiments, and they were also administered through injection. And so the theory is like basically that Kool-Aid cyanide thing was kind of a cover. The medical examiner from Guyana who was at the site as soon as the shit went down was Dr. Leslie Mutu. This doctor arrived before the U.S. authorities arrived, and this doctor examined over 100 bodies during a 32-hour period and said that the adults had all been injected with cyanide in places which they could not have reached without assistance, such as between the shoulder blades, and that many of them had also been shot. The thing with the death toll is that it kept increasing. The official story was that in the beginning, there were bodies stacked on top of each other, and the people who were evaluating couldn't really see how many people were there. That's why it went from like 400 to like over 900. But the number that it was initially was much less than the numbers that got added on. So how could a smaller amount of bodies cover more bodies? Am I making sense? The death toll only went up after these government officials showed up to the scene, which is why people say, oh, they killed the witnesses. Of the 363 initial victims, 82 were children. Then later on, they said that there were 550 additional found, and the death toll went up to like 900. If we're to believe that the reason why this death toll changed was because bodies were covering other bodies, my first thing was maybe it was like the adults covering the kids' bodies. So one body could cover two bodies, because that's what had to have happened for all those bodies to be recovered. They found more, saying more were under. So it's like one body's covering more than one. But if only 82 of the 363 were children, that means like roughly 200 were adults. Then you've got 300 total children dead, which means after that 82 that were initially counted in the 363, you've got also about 218 kids left. So 200 adults would have to cover 200 kids and an additional 100 or so or more adults. I'm doing the math in my head, so sorry, it's probably all wrong. But you get what I'm saying? It seems physically like not very possible if the reason was that, which is why people say maybe they were killed by people who showed up at the scene, called them Manchurian candidates, because they were witnesses. The official story is that, oh yeah, they made sure everyone died whether they wanted to or not, that it was Jim Jones' own goons who killed everyone. Then there's the other theory that they were trying to experiment this mind control stuff on specifically Black and Native American people, because a lot of Jim Jones' congregation were Black people. Quote, the main basis for this theory is that apparently on one of the many tapes of Jones' sermons, he mentions having known a man when he was a teenager from back in Richmond, Indiana, by the name of Dan Mitrione. Mitrione was chief of police in Richmond at that time, and Jones would preach on the streets. They'd likely had some interactions for this reason. In this theory, however, Jones was recruited by Mitrione to spy on the Black community. And remember, with the context of what we were talking about with the race war and the Black Panthers and all this stuff, the whole thing with Jonestown is that he convinced these people to take their own lives. The 24/7 PA system with Jim Jones repeatedly saying, we should end our lives, it's all over, we should end it, obey me, you're worthless. It's very much giving the same shit that Dr. Cameron did, where he was like, you're worthless, obey me, you're worthless, there's no reason, don't live, it's pointless, kill yourself, take yourself out. People were convinced to not only take their own lives, but take their kids' lives and then take their own lives, which is like the ultimate form of mind control. White Night was the name that Jim Jones gave like the event that they were all gonna end it. And they would have rehearsals of these, reenacting, and this is also another MK Ultra technique. I also found this article from January 5th, 1979, and this thing happened November 1978, so several months later, and it says sensitive FBI documents found in Jonestown ruins. In this news article, they say that these sensitive FBI documents were for a book about an informant who was talking about illegal things that the FBI did. The discovery has triggered an investigation of the book's author, a former FBI agent who had been cooperating with the Church of Scientology in exposing purported FBI wrongdoing. Side note, Dr. Jolly West had a whole ass beef with Scientology. Charles Manson was into Scientology, and now there's this FBI informant who's also collaborating with Scientology to expose the FBI. So
they're all
weird.
pederasts.
So it says here, the Justice
and
Department and
druggies and
FBI
shit.
spokesman declined to comment on the matter yesterday, but in telephone interviews, the former FBI agent and Gary, his attorney, said that FBI agents searched their offices a few weeks ago in an effort to recover other copies of the FBI materials found in Jonestown, Guyana. The former agent, who asked not to be identified, said in a phone interview yesterday that he first learned materials for his book were found in Jonestown about 3 weeks ago when 6 FBI agents from Los Angeles, armed with a search warrant, arrived at the boat where he lives. They found no other documents and took only his typewriter, but told him he was under investigation for stealing government documents, he said. He said he didn't know how the material got to Jonestown in South America. The FBI agents took his copies of the documents found in Guyana, Gary said. He said he didn't know whether they included raw files. The former FBI agent said he retired in 1977 after 25 years in the FBI and decided to write a book because he wanted to get a change in the system. He said that documents included 212 pages of working information for a book about his knowledge of illegal FBI activities, as well as a few dozen copies of internal FBI documents he planned to turn over to investigators. So my first thing was, okay, I thought we were talking about the CIA. Why is the FBI coming out of left field? This is too much. And then I remembered that George White was a Fed, a narc for the feds. And so, yeah, maybe these two organizations are not connected, or maybe they do collaborate on certain things. Again, I don't know. I'm not in the CIA, I'm not in the FBI. I'm here in my room talking to a camera. This last fact, I would like you to take it with a grain of salt because it's from a Russian book, and as we know, they're like enemies and stuff like that. January 30th, 1987. So almost a decade after this all went down, there was a Soviet book that in this article is described as having like the seal of approval, like it's official government type book. This book claims that the CIA committed and carried out the entire massacre in Jonestown. High-level people in Jim Jones' cult did talk to Russians. They went to the Russian embassy in Guyana. They were considering relocating there. They sort of connect it with this idea that it was an MK Ultra experiment, and there was information there that if Jim Jones now gave to the Soviets would completely undermine the entire purpose of what they're doing, which is to be able to one up the Soviets. And now this experiment that may have really sensitive information on their capabilities is going to be handed over to the Soviets by this guy Jim Jones and all his people who are mostly black. They're like, kill them all. Fuck them. And kill Leo Ryan, congressman, while you're at it, is the theory, allegedly. Like the Manson theory, there's a mild version and a crazy version. The mild version is that they knew, but they didn't do anything about it. They wanted to see how it would play out and take notes like an experiment, or did they orchestrate the whole thing? To me, an experiment, you control some things, but then you gotta let some shit play out, because that's what you're trying to figure out, right? Let me know what you guys think, okay? Do you think these things are connected, or do you think it's totally random and weird and coincidental? Coinky dink? I don't think. Me personally, I tend to take the conservative, inquisitive, I don't fucking know approach. The thing that's believable is that they could have definitely been testing on them. Maybe these people who they were testing on were really good test subjects and things sort of escalated, or they took matters into their own hands. And it was one of those things where they were like, let's not interfere. Let's see how this plays out. Let's be scientists and monitor this and see. And then they're like, oh shit, it got really fucking crazy. Let's pretend it didn't happen. Let's deny it. Let's delete everything. To me, that's all I can say confidently that I believe is likely to have happened allegedly. Especially because all of these people have been proved to be liars, like Sidney Gottlieb. I forgot. Hello, remember, these are masters of spies. These ain't no snitches. Are you kidding me? They're the opposite of a snitch.
That's for the birds.
If they get caught, they have protocols against snitching. Like, they have cutouts. Like, they will never tell the truth unless they're forced. And even when their back is against the wall and they're confronted with it, they're going to find a way to minimize and deny. So I don't care what they say. I only care about the facts. And the facts are quite suspicious. They don't prove without a shadow of a doubt, but they leave a lot of questions unanswered that definitely make it so that I can't believe none of this is connected. Am I making sense or am I rambling? I think a little bit of both. Okay, I'm done. See you guys. Bye. See you in my next one. Crazy shit.
I arrive immediately dead. Fucking douchebag. Cormorant Navy out of nowhere, just instantly. what happened?
So Arc Raiders recently hosted their server slam, and now that it's ended, we're seeing tons of feedback from people who both played the tech tests and people who have only ever played the server slam, and even just people who only reacted to gameplay of both. And there have been tons of valid criticisms, lots of things that Arc Raiders could improve on for sure, but amongst them there have also been quite a few, let's say, shoddy takes. And so I was looking for a couple of them to put together and make a response video to, and that's whenever I came across this video here called Arc Raiders Isn't What I Expected. And this video basically summed up a lot of the bad criticisms of Arc Raiders that I was seeing all into one video. So I figured instead of mixing together a bunch of different Reddit posts or social media tweets, YouTube comments, such and such, I could just use this video as the prime example. Now, no hate to this dude, because you'll see these comments like his all over the internet. Hell, you get a bunch of people even in his comment section that are completely agreeing with what he's saying. So like this isn't to knock this dude in particular, rather more so to correct what he's talking about, because a lot of what he's talking about is just objectively wrong, or it comes from a place of misunderstanding, part of which I will admit is definitely the server slam's fault. Before we start, if you enjoy Arc Raiders content and want to see more, a like and a sub would be greatly appreciated, and let me know down in the comments section below how your experience with the Arc Raiders server slam went. So let's hop into his video.
Arc Raiders is playable to the masses for the first time 2 weeks before its launch, and I've been very excited to try this game for months now after seeing lots of footage from other players. Well, I spent the weekend server slam playing the game, and to my unfortunate surprise, I don't think this game is for me. It took me by surprise. Well, a lot of things about the game did. Some good and some bad. We'll be briefly going over what this game gets right, and then focusing more on what, to me, from my personal experience, the game gets wrong and why I don't see myself playing it when it fully launches. It feels weird to even say that. I thought this was going to be a no-brainer purchase, but now my feelings are really conflicted. Is it the game, or is it me? I was very surprised by all the good elements the game has to offer. Arc Raiders is genuinely beautiful to look at. From the foliage and the footage, I knew the game looked good, but seeing it on my own monitor, I'm very impressed. As much as I was impressed by the audio, the ambient sounds, the clicks and clacks of all the different mechanical parts in the world, the beeps and boops, it feels very much appropriate to the universe this game is set in. The biggest shock to me was the performance. I thought I was going to struggle with running this game, but no, it runs buttery smooth, easily over 100 frames most of the time, and not having to mess with any of the graphical settings. I guess I underestimated the scope and scale of this game in general, because I just figured it would run okay and I'd have to make some visual sacrifices somewhere. That, to me, is one of the most impressive parts of this entire package.
Arc Raiders is definitely a very stunning game. It's ran using Unreal Engine 5, which a lot of people like to criticize as being a terrible engine, and I'm very much glad that Arc Raiders has come out and really shown that no, Unreal Engine 5 is actually somewhat usable if you put the time into optimizing it.
The out-of-raid experience is also
I appreciate
such a
the backup,
breath
buddy.
of fresh air. The UI, for the most part, is easy to understand and coherent across the game.
I could not disagree more. The UI is god-awful, at least out of raid. It is a very clunky system where, let's say you want to go into a raid, you're in the lobby, you load it up, you select whatever you want to go, whichever map it is, and before you go, you realize, oh shoot, I don't have the proper attachments for my weapons. Well, you have workbenches where you can craft them. Easy fix. Well, instead of just being able to press a button and open up the workshop menu, you instead have to navigate all the way back to the lobby, and then from there, open up the workshop from that point. And that might not sound so bad, but after you do it a lot, which the more you play the game, the more you will, and the farther you get into the game, when you have more attachments and just more things in general to craft, the more often that's gonna happen. It gets very annoying and very tedious very quickly.
Plus, all the vibrant colors makes it visually pleasing to look at. There's a couple odd choices here and there with the location of some options in the main menu, but it's nothing that would sour your experience.
It's not a major thing until you start playing the game for hours and hours and hours. And so if you're like a hardcore grinder, you're definitely going to arrive at this conclusion a lot faster than if you're a casual. But even if you are a casual, eventually you'll get there too, because it's just a really annoying and tedious thing to do. Does it ruin the game? No. But will it start to sour your mood on the game? A bit.
The biggest takeaway was how awesome the workbench is. Your own little station that you can craft and upgrade modules, which takes 0 time to make, meaning you can just get straight back into the action without waiting around for crafts to finish. And the chicken that will go out and scavenge for you, so you always have materials to craft, is also a very nice touch.
You know what? And for all the critiques I'm gonna have about how this dude views the game, I gotta give him this. At least he understood what scrapping meant. This dude already gets a higher grade than the dude from IGN who couldn't even figure that out, so.
A lot of consideration went into the player just wanting to be in raids and having the tools and equipment necessary to do it at all times. I truly appreciate this consideration. People seem to have some concessions with the third-person perspective, but I personally love it. I enjoyed PUBG only in third person, and I think this perspective is kind of slept on. I like to look at my character, especially when I can customize them, so for me, it doesn't detract from the experience at all. But there are some things about the game that do. So much so, I feel like an idiot that doesn't understand arc raiders.
So he says that about third person.
Good fight, buddy. I ran out of ammo or I would
pay very
fight you.
close attention to these clips.
Good fight, good
You'll
fight.
notice in almost all of them, he never shoulder swaps. I don't know if this is something where he just doesn't know it's a thing, but he claims that he doesn't mind the third person, and
I like that
even
everybody
later
got
on in the
away,
video
early
that he
sided.
enjoys it, and yet he doesn't shoulder swap.
I got
This
away,
is
that's what
relevant
matters.
because he'll make another point later. I'll bring it up whenever he does. But not using the shoulder swap is in part why it feels the way that it does. And so I just want to bring this up now so that when you're watching these clips, you can be aware of that. So keep that in the back of your mind as you see it.
This is a good run. I got
Of
good
this
shit
video
here.
will be about
Not
where
bad.
I have personal grievances with the core gameplay experience
Got
while
good
being
XP
in
and everything.
raid. And again, I really need to stress and reiterate, these are my own personal feelings towards the game and some of the elements surrounding it. I do not speak for anyone else. If you're having a blast playing or you're enjoying watching the game, please continue to enjoy it. I'm glad that you are. The first thing is the AI. I've seen some people praise how it operates and how the fact that we're fighting robots instead of other AI humanoid characters and how it's smart. And while yes, it's a clever way to add to the game's lore and also excuse any potential mishaps the AI might have, I found the PvE elements to be somewhat not interesting, at least the lower class of the robots. They patrol, fly around, alert other AI of your presence, and will try to pepper you down with either bullets or like electric zaps.
Because these minor arcs should not be doing that much. I'm not entirely sure if he expects like the small ones, the little flamers or the spiderlings to be like fucking you up, like one-shotting you or something. Even the ones that roll at you and then explode, that can take all your shield and like half of your real health. Not to mention, literally in this following clip that you're about to see, he fucking dies to a flamer. Wait for that one. Literally wait for that one. But, I mean, it seemed like there was more than enough challenge for you. And while yes, the smaller arcs are not something that are like a big threat to your life, to your existence, to you being able to extract, they do still shape how the game is played.
And while I'm sure the more powerful robots in the game provide a vastly more engaging experience, requiring teams to work together or randoms to cooperate, the smaller robots that you will see more often are kind of just there. If you can find some solid cover, you can peek out, fire at them, and then retreat to cover before they attack you, repeating this cycle until they explode and you can loot them. I understand them being nuances for the player, to ruin ambushes or to actually be a danger you need to avoid, but they don't feel that intelligent, if that makes sense. The biggest contention I have with this game is fighting other players. I find the PvP in this game awful. It's hard to explain. The experiences I've had fighting other players feels like the messiest, scrambliest fights I've had when interacting with other people, and not in the good way. An opposite example would be early game Tarkov, where people struggle to hit each other because they have stock guns. You still have full auto for most options, you still have, basic medication that if you bring enough deals with most problems you run into, and people generally enjoy that part of a Tarkov wipe because it's just so ambiguous.
As far as the fights feeling scrambly, I'm not entirely sure what he means by that, but at the same time, they in part should, especially in the server slam where you only have access to the most beginner of gears. Now, to play devil's advocate, I do have to say I didn't really enjoy any of the starting weapons except for maybe the Pharaoh and the Stitcher. I thought the rest of the weapons felt kind of shit, so maybe that's what he's alluding to. And if that's the case, then yeah, I would agree, but there's obviously a lot more weapons in the game. So, I don't know what he's talking about not being able to bring enough medication, because even in the early game of Arc Raiders, you can instantly craft light shields, you can instantly craft shield rechargers. The only thing that really I could think is the fact that before in the tech test, you used to be able to craft in raid automatically, whereas now it's locked behind a perk. Although that perk is very early on, I think once you reach like level 3, if you want to max it, if you want to unlock it immediately, you can do that. So it's not like it's like super deep into the perk skill tree now or something, but you should be able to have enough healing and shielding for the entire raid. I don't really understand what he's getting at with that one.
Sure, the normal hotspots exist, but you're way more likely to run into someone where you would least expect it, ironically enough. No.
And I guess I agree with what he's saying, that you're more likely to find people in the places that you least expect them, but that's just because the game's new. People don't know where to go. People don't know what's where. They don't know what they need or anything like that. For instance, nearing the end of the playtest, I decided to start this little looting adventure where I wanted to make as much money as possible. And the best way I found to do that was to specifically go to these houses near the top of the map, because that's where you could find trinkets, and those trinkets sell for a lot of money. And so once I knew that, whenever I wanted to get the money, I knew that that's where I needed to go. Right now, people don't know what's where and what they want. And even more so, because it's a server slam, nothing transfers over, there's no real need to try and go out and get specific things anyways. Once the full game comes out and people start to understand that there's X thing here, there's Y thing there, then it's going to be a lot more easy to understand where players are going. Right now, since the game's new and since this is the first time most people have been able to get their hands on the game, they're kind of just wandering around aimlessly exploring every nook and cranny. So while you're also doing that, you're gonna run into people in a random ass corner in some random part of the map. So ultimately this comes down to the game being new and people exploring more so than I would say game or map design.
In this game, it feels obtuse and unsatisfying when it works and miserable when it doesn't. I understand what they're going for. Cobbled together guns give them an excuse to not make weapons uber powerful even at higher tiers of rarity, and slows the game down so people kind of need to get close to each other. But it just doesn't feel good. It's tough to articulate, but right now, and what I assume will be the problem at release, is that the top tier gear in the game won't specifically be that powerful, but the starting and lower tiered equipment doesn't feel powerful enough.
My question is, did you even experience those higher tiers of rarity though? Because due to some more things that you're going to say later, and also just what you show in the video, it doesn't seem like it. It seems like you only really got to use maybe up to the anvil, which, I mean, shit, me too. And this is a limitation I would say of the server slam, is that they probably should have just made all the loot blue tiers and higher, since none of it's going to carry over anyways. But yes, these weapons feel
God, I love these headphones. They really work. Thank you. Great run. I don't know what you're doing to it, buddy, but I mean, yeah. You want to die, you want to press further, you go right ahead. You go right ahead, buddy. Oh, I love these headphones, actually. They're super good for gaming inside, like indoors. They're not so good for outdoors, I don't think. They're super good for sitting in your living room. I might use these like the rest of my life. They'll only get better too.
Feel bad and they feel cobbled together because they're the starter weapons. There's 5 different tiers of weapons, and amongst those different weapons have a bunch of different archetypes. And these are the weapons that you're going to be spending most of the time using. Once again, I think this is kind of a failure of the server slam, where it creates this unrealistic expectation that you're going to be using these starter weapons for long periods of time or relatively into the mid to late game, but you're really only going to be using them for like maybe the first 5 hours or so.
Especially the melee.
Kind of.
I feel like it does way too much damage. I've died to more melee combos where my weapons are so slow, cumbersome, and inaccurate that by the time I can start to land successful shots, I've been hit 4 times by a melee weapon and I'm dead. It's insufferable and infuriating.
And this is just like the biggest skill issue I've ever seen. I'm not even trying to flame, but I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Dying to melee multiple times is actually kind of fucking insane. Saying that the melee damage is too much is incredibly funny to me, or that you can't get away is also incredibly funny to me, because you need to use stamina to both swing your weapon and obviously to close distance to run. And so what this is sounding like is more of an issue with positioning, because even just swinging the pickaxe takes a fuck ton of stamina. And so realistically, as long as you kite away from the person running and swinging at you with the pickaxe, which by the way also slows you down as you swing, you should be able to have enough distance to still maintain like at least 5 feet. And so once they run out of stamina, which if they're trying to hit you with the pickaxe while running at you and swinging it, they should run out of stamina relatively quickly, you should be able to just turn and shoot them.
Sure, I could try to keep my distance to prevent that, but then my weapons can't land accurate hits.
I mean, maybe you could try upgrading the weapons. If you upgrade the weapons, they do become a lot more accurate. They can also increase reload speed. So about the weapons feeling clunky, part of that is the fact that you did not upgrade the weapons and that the weapons are just generally not meant to be very good because they're the starter weapons.
The spawns in the game are like hit and miss. Sometimes they feel perfectly fine, and other times I run into someone in less than 60 seconds.
It's
very
an
much
RNG
like EFT,
sandbox, you
it's a take it or
moron.
leave it circumstance, I suppose. But these problems with teammates don't really amount to much. It can be more manageable and even fun to have to juggle all these weird, quirky guns. It's when you try to play this game solo where I feel as though it truly falls apart. Solo play in this game is where I have the most issues with arc raiders emphatically. Unlike Tarkov, where I can realistically take out a 5-man if I hit my shots and get lucky, as far as I can tell, there is no way to quickly put someone down with a single bullet if they have a shield. The only way that would happen is if they don't have one. Meaning, if you are by yourself and run into 2 or more people, you just cannot fight them. It becomes a war of attrition, and you're just gonna lose that.
So even though there's not like a core wipe mechanic, there's still going to be a lot of loot disparity between the actual players once the game releases, because there's going to be people at different stages of progress. And so as a solo player, it is very much doable, especially if you're near the late stage end game where you have upgraded shields, you have upgraded weapons. If you come across even like a 3-man of people who are early off in the game, or even somewhat in the middle depending on what you have, it is very much possible to outplay them. But even more than that, it's not just about shooting them. I feel like a lot of players, not even just this dude, but just in general, do not use the arc to their full capabilities. This is literally a mechanic that arc raiders themselves has demonstrated in promotional material, but using the arc to attack your enemies, to pinch your enemies, to pressure your enemies is such a huge, valuable asset. And that also plays into why the Ark are such a big threat. He mentioned earlier that they kind of don't really do anything, but they very much do, and if you use them as a tool against the other raiders, it can be incredibly strong and incredibly useful at taking out multiple people.
I've heard that this game tries to put you into lobbies with other solos if you play by yourself, and if this game truly does have like a solo queue priority, I have not experienced it because every fight I've gotten into, other than I think one, my opponent had at least one more friend, if not two. I genuinely would prefer just a solo queue because in this game, fights are so long and players can have so much health from shields, there is again no way a solo is taking down two people who are even half coordinated with each other. If there was a way to put someone down in even
Which
one
I
or
like.
two
I actually like
bullets,
that.
maybe I could see keeping everybody together in the same queue, having absolutely cracked aim, and being able to land not even a headshot, but a face shot, bypasses or ignore shields.
You know, and I think right here is a perfect example of he didn't even mention the Ark. And it's like, of course the game feels crappy whenever you're not fully utilizing the systems available to you. Using the Ark to take out multiple people, or at the very least to put them in a position to where it's easier for you to do something about them, that is a huge part of Ark and its PvP. The Ark Raiders devs recently talked in depth about some of their design decisions, and a huge part of it is keeping the PvP and the PvE equally threatening, which in part infects both other aspects. And so if you're not using the PvP effectively, like hell, in this clip, you literally see the fact that the flamer downs this enemy for him. Why? Because he was able to use the flamer to bait it to attack this dude while he's hiding behind cover. Case in point, using the Ark to fight enemy players is a core staple of the gameplay, and if you do not use it, it is going to have a worse experience, especially if you come across people who are going to use it against you.
That would be the only way I could see a solo defeating a squad of any kind. But in a game like this, where the time to kill can be so much higher, the preference will most likely be playing together.
I'm not entirely sure what he's talking about, because at least for me personally, I don't think I ever came across multiple people. I never experienced it. I played most of the Server Slams solo, including a 19-hour stream, and I never once came across multiple groups. I don't know how many games he played, but I guess maybe he just got incredibly unlucky, because for the most part, from what I've seen online, most people have also had a similar experience to what I had whenever it comes to playing solo, where you just don't run into that many teams.
Hell, even something like Apex, a good solo can take out a duo or trio because the munitions provided to them facilitate the ability to fight groups of people. But if you're using a gun in this game that is lever action, bolt action, slide action, or anything that requires a rechamber after each shot, if those guns don't do high damage to offset their low fire rate, you're not taking down a trio or even a duo. It's not happening. And this is coming from someone who likes PvP but doesn't go out of my way usually to find it. It's just that I've fought other players whether I wanted to or not, and these problems, at least in my eyes, became apparent almost immediately.
And yeah, this is like a complete misunderstanding on your part. You are never, ever meant to try and like fully wipe squads with the weapons you have. If that's what you think, that's just completely wrong. As you go higher into the rarities, that becomes more of an option, yes, and I would say even once you get into like the greens, it low-key becomes an option. But with most of the starter weapons, they have low magazines, long reloads, and kind of mediocre damage / range. And that's the point. They're the starter weapons. They're not meant to really be all that good. They're just meant to allow you to do certain gameplay. You're not meant to actively be going out and searching for PvP with the worst weapons. If you want to bring this back to Apex Legends, would you expect to be able to go squad wipe somebody with the P20? Of course not.
Considering my frustrations with solo play, you'd say try using VoIP. It's in the game and it works well from what I've seen online. While my VoIP experience are non-existent, even when I was going out of my way to try to at least talk to people. I double-checked my settings to make sure it was on and working, but alas, no one wanted to chat. Maybe it was just a bad group of people already in like a Discord with their friends, but not a single person in the dozen or so I came across responded to me saying hello or anything. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad it's in the game, but because squad play is going to be favored, at least that's what I'm assuming, People will be less interested in having random persons assimilate into their group and potentially cause problems. Also, I want to reiterate again, the third-person perspective is fine. I personally like it. I don't know why people get so upset about it. You get to look at your character wearing cool clothes, you can check your corners more effectively, and your opponents can do the same. I always played PUBG in third person because it just made more sense. I like the perspective. It's not gonna ruin the game. It's probably just better off this way. As I kept playing, I found myself just getting more upset and not being able to win fights against other players, the AI feeling rudimentary, and the gameplay loop kind of feeling devoid of any tension or stress. And even though by the end I wanted to stop playing, I put in an additional like 3 to 5 hours into Arc Raiders almost out of spite because I genuinely felt like I was broken. I wasn't having fun. I felt like I was seeing issues with the game while most people had generally positive things to say about the in-raid experience,
before.
and yet I kept playing. I don't normally like to use this term, but I felt like I somehow gaslit myself. Does the game have any problems, or do I just suck at it and this is just a weird me thing?
Like, not even to be hateful though, but genuinely there's been many different skill issues and misconceptions that has led him to the reasons why he does not enjoy the game. And if you play the game in the way he does and you have the misconceptions that he does, I imagine you probably wouldn't enjoy the game.
I was getting upset playing the game, and I kept telling myself, surely once I understand this part of it, or I unlocked that thing, then the game's gonna make sense and all will be forgiven and I'll be able to have a good time. But the magical thing to make the game click never happened. And so after this playtest, I'm kind of disappointed I don't enjoy the game. I was really looking forward to trying it and enjoying it, but if I'm going to be primarily playing solo, trying my best, but just always coming up short, I probably just shouldn't play at all. I don't want to ruin this game for anyone who is excited. If you're looking forward to it, please buy it and have fun when it comes out. But from my personal experience playing as a solo, this game left me feeling kind of just empty. I did not care about the world.
Right, it's
I did not
that
care about
deep.
my gear,
It's
and I didn't really care about anything.
Like
and the only thing I feel when I lose is frustration. Not because I lost or that I could have played better, but because it felt hopeless to even try. I know I'm in the minority with this mentality, mindset, and experience of feedback, and I know this video will most likely get downvoted to hell and back. I know I will get clowned on for saying this stuff, and that's all fine. I'm ready for that. But from my experience, I am apathetic towards pretty much everything in this game when it comes down to in-raid gameplay. I don't care about the PvP because it feels so bad, and dying doesn't fill me with dread or the fear of loss kicking in like it does in other extraction shooters. I just throw my hands up and roll my eyes.
The PvP feels bad because you don't understand how the weapons are actually meant to engage with it. I.e., if you notice, even in the beginning of the game, if you notice at the beginning of the video, he's using the hairpin against enemies, and yeah, the hairpin is quite literally the worst weapon in the game for PvP. That weapon is meant for quietly taking out arcs. It is a single shot that needs to, like, cock back after each shot, meaning it's incredibly ineffective, in combat at least. And like I said, a lot of the other weapons have huge limitations. For instance, the kettle has a massive reload. Obviously, the Pharaoh only has a singular shot, the Stitcher doesn't really have range, and the Splatterer has a maximum magazine size of 10 that you cannot increase. So none of the starter weapons are really all that good, especially at combat, but if you start using the weapons like the Apegio, the Anvil, the Il Toro, or even just the Beretta, the PvP becomes so much better. In part, that is definitely due to Arc Raiders. I think they horribly misrepresented the game by only really including the lower tier weapons. I think that they should have upped it, maybe green and aboves only, just for the simple fact that people could actually get to play and experience these higher tier weapons, because there's a lot of players, unfortunately, like this dude, who misunderstand and think that these weapons are representative of all the weapons in the game when they're shit, because that's the point. They're meant to be shit, and that's part of the satisfying nature of getting the better weapon, really comparing it and seeing, wow, this weapon is so much better than these others. And so for that, I can't really blame him. I more so blame the server slam.
It's really frustrating. I see that this game is polished as hell and that it will be hugely successful, and I want it to be. We need more competition in this genre so people don't get lazy and slack off. But I don't think it's for me, and you know what? That's okay. I was really excited for it,
Autopilot
but
jumping.
now I don't want to play anymore, which
I
is
don't
a
want
shame.
to play this
Thank
game
you very much
anymore.
for taking the time out of your day to
I
watch
didn't
this video.
win.
Let me know down in the comment section below your thoughts on the Arc Raiders server
adults
blast,
version of
whether or
that.
not you enjoyed if you participated,
Stargate.
what are your impressions of the
Warp
game
drive
so far,
active.
and be sure to subscribe for more potentially really hot takes that I didn't want to be true, but the reality came crashing down on me, sadly. I hope to see you in future ones.
Well, that's all I have for you today. Maybe I'm completely off base. Let me know down in the comments if you thought Arc Raiders was a cold piece of meatloaf. Let me know if you're going to be purchasing the game. And seriously, if you played the tech test, let people know your experiences and just how much it differed from the server slam. Because there was so much content that was gated in the server slam, and I think that really was a huge downside because it misrepresented the end product.
Stargate.
But other than that, I hope you have a good day, and peace, people.
Autopilot jumping.
I love you, kitty.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, good kitty. Beautiful, beautiful kitty.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, we're gonna go into team damn battlegrounds here. I don't know, maybe I'll go a night raid. See if we can't get some shenanigans there.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, you're a beautiful kitty, yeah.
Autopilot jumping.
I love my kitty, I love her. She's so bony despite how much I feed her. Oh, it's yeah, it's dinner time for kitty. Oh, well, no, I'll do a run first.
Drive
We'll feed her
active.
toasted bananas. Dinner soon, kitty. Oh.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh no, we gotta run. Run, run, run.
Autopilot jumping.
He like left. He like left. What else do we do?
Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, damn it. I should have put my my heals in the thing. I didn't think about that. Oh well, at least I got XP for the kit. That's fine. It gives me room
Approaching Stargate.
to go out and get another kit. Oh yeah, so it's time to feed the kitty. You want dinner, kitty? I'll just leave him in. Just make sure they're tight. There we go. Okay, you ready for
Autopilot jumping.
Okay, it's dinner time.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I think I forgot to turn on macro fix, which actually affects my game, and I've got to go shut down and fix it, which is so annoying. At least it's instant from the Mog House. Faster. So, get back in, but first, we gotta
Approaching
go
Stargate.
Sheeta, run it. At least I got all the games running. I got all the games running, and I've been making so much LP. Let's look at my wallet after today. I made so much fucking money today. You ever have a day like that? I mean, it's video game money, but I mean, I care about this shit. I care about this stupid money. I care about it more than I do real life money. Fucking stupid.
Autopilot
But I mean, like, you
jumping.
know, I made a lot of fucking money today. If we look at my wallet, I'll go stick my wallet. Oh, I need to put opportunities on my bar. Hurry up, you. Opportunities.
Warping to Stargate.
Unlock this for a time.
Warp drive active.
Opportunities. Oh, there's a search bar up there. I didn't know that was there. That's cool. Please merge. Why are you having so much trouble? Please merge. Why won't you merge? Merge, motherfucker. Oh. There. Opportunities. Rewards. Claim all. Nice. We've been getting this good money. Then, I want to open my finances and look at my wallet. Merge. My wallet in LP. I've got, 1.9. I'm almost to 2 bill. Oh my god, I love reading militia and just going to the fucking thing. Buying state protectorate at 825.
Autopilot jumping.
Sheriff's LP brokerage.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yeah, Evolin's hot, huh? Yeah, I think maybe I better pick a different
Approaching Stargate.
system. There's not too many. I'll change my mind. I want to go to a different place.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
What do you mean? There, go there. That was better than the other place. Let's do a run.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh. Fallen. Son of a bitch. But I got the kills, and that's what matters. I actually like the way I've set this custom match. It's actually so fun.
Approaching Stargate.
I guess I should put Power World on my wish list and buy it. $27 is not bad. It's everything Pokemon could have been, huh?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
But I thought I just saw a price of 27 when I looked for Power World. You say 26.99 here, 29.99 there.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Is Power World on Epic? Because I don't want to get locked out. I don't know. Let's go look at it on GeForce Now.
Approaching Stargate.
Steam and Xbox. Oh no.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I like Chatmon and I want it to run.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Maybe I need that.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
There's all the mods that I normally have, and I don't think any of them were broken. I think it was the client that was broken.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yeah, this is everything, and then plugins. I like the Ashita cast. I would hope it would work. I like the minimap too if you'll run it.
Stargate.
Yeah, and then I think that's it, and all the rest of them don't work, which is sad. I think Tune works, but it lowers the frame rate, so. Oh damn, this took forever. Oh no, did you? Oh wait, let's have
Autopilot jumping.
So okay, so I believe it's time I buy Power World on Steam. I've changed my mind about this game.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Maybe I should add it to wish list. It might get cheaper. Yeah, I mean, it's about to be Christmas. They'll sell this game cheap. I don't have time to play it right now, honestly. I've got too many games.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Wow, so yeah, I will buy Power World, and I think I will support them for 30. It's crazy, and I didn't want to support this game, but I believe it is probably a good game. It's got overwhelmingly positive reviews. People really like this game, and I will buy it, yeah. Add to cart. We'll spend more money on games. I'm not drinking, so I'll buy games. Wayfinder, bought Wayfinder and Power World. I'm gonna move this over so I can buy this. Oh yeah. My phone is around here somewhere. It's not down there. No, it's not over there. Where is my phone? I don't see it. Oh, there you are, phone. No, I think I'm going to leave these in the... Well, no, I think I will buy these. Right on. And now I have Power World. And there's Power World. I can play Power World. I'm into Nolan. Ooh, lots of scouts. Yay.
Warp drive
This
active.
is a much quieter system. And Caldera, you're here. Okay, I bought Power World and what's it called? I bought Power World and Wayfinder because it was like $35 for both, and I think that's a pretty good deal for brand new games that aren't even out yet that will only get better. Okay, so I lost that kit to fucking robots pretty much immediately. Fucking Libra came from nowhere. What the fuck was that? That's crazy. Let's go run a solo. Get another kit back. I'll do spaceport. Let's pop around, do different maps and stuff. Oh, they're doing another BF.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I got a Rattler.
Approaching Stargate.
You know, I'm of the opinion it's probably wise to just run to the point and then loot. I guess if there's stuff directly on the path, loot it, but...
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I fear I've got it too high, unfortunately.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Gotta love the sounds.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
What the fuck was that? I love the random sandbox. So much weird shit going on. There's players all around me doing weird shit. Peaceful, peaceful. I will not shoot. Thank you, brother.
Approaching Stargate.
Good run, got my shit. Got some good loot there. It was a good run. I like it. I like the sandbox. It is addictive. It's mindlessly addictive. You go in, you see something, it takes you somewhere else. There's plenty of spawns. They had the AI spawn like 5,000 spawns.
Autopilot jumping.
60%, huh? Okay, good. We 3 jumps. I'm gonna speed this up though because I don't want to lose it. I don't want to get gank coming in either. I'm going to speed this up.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
How fast that was. Retail's so fast. Okay, yeah, lines, no such card. Segments. Nice, I got a drug sale.
Your inventory is full.
Oh no.
Warp drive
Oh,
active.
Navy issue.
Warp drive active.
I'm gonna make another 150 million BP.
Arc Raiders has recently had its public server slam test, and since then I have seen the most confusing and arbitrary criticisms ever thrown at a game. And you'd probably think, oh well, this is, you know, it's a new game, it's probably just rage bait. You would be shocked at just how little that demographic is. The AI being too hard, the third person view, and ew, it's an extraction shooter? Most of these complaints can be put under the, and I'm not using this lightly, skill
Your inventory is full.
category. Apart from the last one, which is what we're going to talk about now, extraction shooters have always had this green, smelly, disgusting aura about them, and for good reason too. For the average employed, normal person, these games are not fun, just tedious and frustrating. It's like a mark of shame if you ever admit to playing any of them, and it's understandable why people don't want to play them, but I mean it when I say
But
this.
it works. The game
You,
works.
the viewer, can actually play Arc Raiders and have fun. Crazy, right? What I mean by this is that the game isn't up your ass with every little thing
No,
you do.
it doesn't
when
matter.
you get shot first, if you are good enough, you can still win that encounter. If you get killed, you have a safe pocket for one specific item you might need. If you're knocked down, you can still extract, which is the coolest
knocked
shit ever, by
down,
the way.
but I get up
And the
again.
progression in this game isn't complete dog ass like every other extraction shooter, man. I'm telling you, this game is peak. Give it a chance. Anyways, on to the next.
I think I want to do all my black
and
maging from the
profound take
menu now.
That third person
I used to really like
is bad
macros,
for
but now I
shooters.
kind of don't want
Jesus
to.
Christ, man, I'm always fascinated when people say this
I
stuff
guess a
as if
rotation
Arc Raiders
macro
in
would
its
be a
like
better
what
thing to
6
write
years
first.
of development just decided to slap on
Like
third
on
person,
Alt
dust
1,
their
just
hands
run a
up and say,
Rota.
well, that's all we could have done. I guess we're release the game. No, that isn't the case. The
What's the best
terrain,
spell that I've got?
interior
Is this
design, and the way the combat works has been designed around third-person gameplay. Third-person ruins games.
Stone God.
Nah, dude, you're totally right. We have
So we'll
never
open Stone God
had
3
any
always.
successful, fun third-person shooter. Yeah, that never happened. You know, the first person is the only way to go with these games. And most people don't even explain why it's bad. They just complain. The only criticism I have heard is that, oh, people are gonna be camping around corners. What? Were you born yesterday? First of all, welcome to every shooter game on the planet ever, because campers are gonna exist first or third person. It does not matter. And second of all, the camping in this game is minimized if you use your damn ears. Seriously, 90% of the time,
Your inventory is
if you're
full.
in a building and you're careful enough,
Is it
you will
actually
know
full?
if someone else is also
it
in
is,
there. Metal detectors, cameras,
Your
other
inventory
arc
is
enemies
full.
will subtly give out enemy locations. Subtly, but still, if you use your brain, you're going to know. You're going to know. And as I've mentioned before, if you get shot first, it does not mean it's game over. You can still have a comeback. You can still beat the other guy if
Telling
you were smart
Doomers
enough.
not to doom is
So,
such a funny thing.
I say this again, and I don't say it lightly. Skill issue. And last but not least, the arc being too hard / annoying for players.
I don't what?
This complaint here is a goldmine because it shows
Yeah, they
one of two
suck
things.
and they're random.
Either these
but
people
they're
are
not,
actually
like,
doodle
bad,
butt cheeks
bad.
at games, or they have no idea how to use their brains.
butt cheeks.
Sometimes both, I'm gonna be honest. Usually, these complaints come from players being too fucking stupid by not shooting at the weak points, which they are told to do by the game several times, carelessly shooting at every arc they see, starting fights without checking their surroundings, and then complaining a drone third party them, even though you could clearly hear the fucking the whatever hell noise they make. You can very clearly, like, you know that they are there before they know that you are there, right? You have the chance to use your brain and not get caught. And the second thing that people like just don't know how to do is let go of the run
Your
button.
inventory
Dude,
is
seriously,
full.
the AI is good, but it's not that good. These drones aren't freaking omniscient or whatever the hell, right? You can literally
Your
just
inventory
hold
is
the
full.
crouch or walk, be directly below them, and they will not know you're there. But people just don't know that because they just run around with their fucking brains turned off,
Your
man.
inventory is
Like,
full.
seriously, I say this again, and not lightly.
Your inventory
every
is full.
single complaint here is a skill issue.
They're bad.
No doubt. Of course,
We know
all this complaining isn't just limited to fucking TikTok comments or Reddit threads or whatever the hell else. There are many videos that regurgitate the same dumb shit, mostly on TikTok, but to be fair, I think a good amount of those are purposefully rage bait and just are, you know, saying shit to say shit.
I think third person definitely lends itself to a shorter
Are you serious, my brother?
After 20 raids and
I
over 10
think third
hours
person
on
does
the game,
lend itself to a shorter lifespan.
Alright.
Yeah,
So
I
the
think
game's
so.
really good.
Yeah.
Every aspect about it is really good.
Mhm.
But there's one main issue that is hurting the game right now, and that is going to be drone hand.
Oh my god.
Can we be done with extraction shooters already? Tarkov, Hunt
This is gonna
Showdown,
be an incredible
Cycle,
take
Arena
already.
Breakout, and now Arc Raiders.
He named
They
in
all
every game.
intense
Psycho
gameplay,
Frontier.
high stakes, meaningful loot.
Uh-huh.
They all deliver the same experience. Getting shot in the back by someone camping while you're trying to extract.
This motherfucker's god.
I mean, you act like I said it was trash.
He's
Like,
not
you said it-
wrong.
You said it was alright. That's worse than trash, as far as I'm concerned. What do you think they could have did to make it better? I don't know. The title?
Do you really like this game
Yes.
this much?
Yes.
Or do you just hate Marathon? Because
Okay,
I'm
he
telling
might
you,
be
I've been
onto something. And I'm not talking about the infamous IGN video either, because I think people already dogged enough on that. Like, I don't have anything to add. But apart from clips like that, I wanted to focus on one specific video that I think shows off exactly why people complain the way they do and why I keep saying that all of this is mostly skill issues. And just to preface, this guy that I'm about to show you my raw reaction to doesn't deserve any harassment or hate. Right, none of it. This is a pretty genuine review with respect for the game, where he says several times that he doesn't understand or doesn't enjoy an aspect. He's not just hating or talking out of his ass for the sake of hating and talking out of his ass, but for everything he says, which a lot of I disagree with. I wanted to just show some parts of this video that I think are... I can't tell if this is a skill issue or more of just like a him thing. What are you doing? What are you doing? What? This is so confusing. It genuinely feels like he's making shit up.
Waiting around for crafts to finish. And the chicken that will go out and scavenge for you, so you always have materials to craft, is also a very nice touch.
Okay. He actually knows what the chicken does is already so much better than the fucking IGN video. Yes. Yes.
A lot of consideration when focal point of this video will be about where I have personal grievances with the core gameplay experience while being in raid. And again, the small robots that you will see more often are kind of just there. If you can find some solid cover, you can peek out, fire at them, and then retreat to cover before they attack you, repeating this cycle until they explode. And
the point of the small robots is to just like fill the in-between of like seeing other players and seeing bigger arcs, and also just to give out your location. They're not like supposed to hurt you or anything like else. Like, to be fair, they're supposed to be pretty easy. Like, I don't know what he expects from them really.
Is fighting other players. I find the PvP in this game awful. It's
awful.
Hard to explain. The experiences
I
I've
don't
had
really like the
fighting
PvP
other
in this
players
game either.
feels like the messiest, scrambliest
feels
fights I've had
like
when interacting with others.
Halo,
And not
and
in
I
the good
hate
way.
Halo.
An opposite
I
example
hate
would be
cracking
early game
shields.
Tarkov, where people
I
struggle to
barely
hit each
handle
other
it in
because they have
Fortnite. I'm like,
stock
why
guns.
did it take
You still
700
have full
fucking
auto for most
damage?
options.
But I
You still have
scream about it
basic
sometimes.
medication that if you
But
bring enough...
I like Rust is your
make a full
target's
auto weapon
dead.
in the lobby
you know.
like super easily.
Deals with
And,
most
like,
problems you run into, and people generally enjoy
Shoot 'em
that
with a
part of the
shotgun, they
Tarkov life
die.
because it's just so
Hold on, wait.
Generally,
He's also talking
you
about
know, 2
medication. You
hits.
can make bandages and shield regenerators really. I don't get it.
Sure, than normal. I
TTK
understand
is
what
like
they're
3
going
seconds.
for. Cobbled together guns give them an excuse to not make
3 to
weapons
10,
uber
depending
powerful,
on
even at
how
higher
far you
tiers of
are.
rarity, and slows the game down, so people kind of need to get close to each other. But
Huh?
it just doesn't feel good. It's tough to articulate, but right now, and what I assume will be the problem at release, is that the top tier gear in the game won't specifically be that powerful, but the starting and lower tiered equipment doesn't feel powerful enough.
Okay, wait, dude. I don't want to say skill issue because that... I don't want to apply that to this guy because this is a genuine review, but most common weapons can really easily melt people. The Pharaoh takes like, what, 2 shots? The Kettle can get someone in like half a mag. What? I don't know what this guy's talking about. I'm so confused.
Yeah.
The time to kill in this game is longer, and that's for good reason, so people don't just get like 1 shot, and, you know, so it doesn't feel unsatisfying. But if you land your shots properly, and you what? Like, dude, one shot with a Pharaoh and like 30% of a mag with a kettle, and you already can kill someone. Like, it's super easy. I don't think this guy knows. I don't think this guy has even gotten higher rarities of weapons. I don't think he knows what he's talking about. And I don't want to say skill issue, but like,
especially the melee. I feel like it does way too much damage.
The what?
I've
The
died
what?
to more
The
melee combos where my weapons are so slow, cumbersome, and inaccurate that by the time I can start to land successful shots, I've been hit 4 times by a melee weapon, and I'm...
What? Melee? I have never seen anyone use melee in this game. I haven't seen clips. I haven't seen it in my own 20 hours. What? Melee? Melee? Melee. Because your weapons are too slow and... Huh?
Circumstance, I suppose. But these problems with teammates don't really amount to much. It can be more manageable and even fun to have to juggle all these weird, quirky guns. It's when you try to play this game solo where I feel as though it truly falls apart. Solo play in this game is where I have the most issues with Arc Raiders emphatically. Unlike Tarkov, where I can realistically take out a 5-man if I hit my shots and get lucky, as far as I can tell, there is no way to quickly put someone down with a single bullet if they have a shield.
Yeah, because not only is that not fun, but that's not the point. I can't tell if this is a skill issue or more of just like a him thing. Because like, okay, think about it like this. I'm sure that it feels fucking fantastic in Tarkov. I haven't done it yet. The maximum amount of people I've killed in Tarkov is like 3, right? But like 5 at once, sure. That probably feels amazing. But then you think about it from the other team's side. Imagine you and 4 of your friends getting cucked by one dude. That's not gonna make you have fun. That shit ain't fun. And like, second of all, this guy's talking about seeing groups of players in solo a lot, which no, that does not happen. I don't know what the like. It feels like this guy's making shit up. And like, if you see more than one person, don't go fight them. Like, it's not worth it. Like, no shit. That just makes more sense. And third of all, usually when you see groups in solo, which is rare, very rare, they are usually incredibly friendly because they also went in solo and made friends. I've seen this happen. What the fuck? I am so confused. This video is... I don't know.
You just cannot fight them. It becomes a war of attrition, and you're just gonna lose that. I've heard that this game tries to push you into lobbies with other solos if you play by yourself, and if this game truly does have like a solo queue priority, I have not experienced it because every fight I've gotten into, other than I think one,
every fight, every single
friend, if not 2. I genuinely would prefer just a solo queue because in this game, fights are so long and players can have so much health from.
Okay, I don't know how many hours this guy got into the test. I got 20. I have never experienced more than like